Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
All right, we are ready to go with day number 2, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe, the Northern Swing, the final stand for these anglers in the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. Lake Oahe here in South Dakota, and there's the scene at takeoff there. Takeoff just about underway at this point right now, and we're getting started. 7 hours of coverage coming your way today. And man, oh man, it's a different sort of place here. The rules of the game, you can see it right there. We got 90 anglers out there today. After today, we cut it to 47, of course, for Championship Sunday. Down to 10 pros. And Mark Zona, all the things that we look at, he's got them coming to him. Are his fish going to reload? Those are kind of things that don't really matter. This is a different animal here.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Tommy. There's a lot of storylines going on for this Lake Oahe event. Usually in a smallmouth tournament, when you find them, it is fairly easy to put them in the boat, get your job done. And if you really look at the way this tournament is set up so far, not only have you had to find them, but they have been very, very hard to catch, except for a few anglers that we're going to talk about this morning. And really, we're going to dial in on how a lot of your leaders figured out how to crack that code on day number 1.
Looking forward to that very much. This is the biggest place we fish, I guess, with the exception of Lake Ontario. Biggest place we fish, but those productive places are so few and so far between. You look at what it's at stake
really,
there. Yeah.
The one storyline that we're going to kind of pay attention to a lot throughout this day is the north winds that are coming. They are going to be here at about 10 a.m. We got to see it rocking pretty good after our midday break yesterday. It's going to get a lot windier here on Friday's competition.
Yeah, these guys had a lot to figure out during the course of day number 1, but day number 1 actually turned out a little bit more productive than, well, most of the people in the know were predicting. And there it is right there, the way it stands after day number 1. Brandon Card of Tennessee with 21 pounds and 10 ounces. That's the big bag of the tournament. Man, oh man, what a great job by him. Drew Cook, Patrick Walters in there also with 20 pounds. 3 anglers with 20 pounds. Jeff Gustafson of Canada took the early lead. He's been very solid all the way through this. Brian New, KJ Queen from the Atlantic Seaboard coming in very, very strong during this day number 1. Let's take a look at this playing field. We talk about the size of it. How about 337,000 acres. We got about 130 miles of it. We're just going to fish the South Dakota portion of Lake Oahe, but man, it's a big one to take on.
Exactly right, Tommy. We're going to start out by the dam. That's pretty much where we took off the last time, looking at your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake of Lake Oahe here. Over 140 miles long as you kind of run upward. And as Ronnie talked about a lot before this tournament, when you get up near that 212 bridge, that is almost like the dividing line from our takeoff down to the dam. And it seems like that's the border right now where it's going on. The quality really came around that 212 bridge as you go up towards Mobridge, where we're going out of this event. Not a lot of action north of Mobridge. We have got pretty much 40 more miles of water north of Mobridge. Not a factor, at least so far in this event. That's your Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
There's another look at the scene at takeoff there, Mobridge, South Carolina. South Dakota, excuse me. We got to get to the right part of the country.
There's so many Carolinians, and I mean, come on now.
Everybody's got a Carolina, too. Well, one of the anglers with 20 pounds on day number 2, there were 3 of them, is 4th year Bassmaster Elite Series angler and Elite Series champion, Patrick Walters. Let's talk to him about how he prepares for day 2.
All right, y'all. This is day 2, Bassmaster Elite Series here in South Dakota, Lake Oahe. The good news is we got a camera today. It means we did our job yesterday. Actually caught 20 pounds, 5 ounces. Had a really good day. We got a little more wind today. It's about the same direction, but the good news is it's got a little angle to it. So I think you're going to be able to run a certain bank and kind of get out of it. It's going to get rough today, but I think it's going to be a good day. We're just going to go fishing. We're going to make a long run. I caught them. It took me kind of sporadically all day. I'm not really catching all my fish on one spot. We're going fishing. You just kind of pull up a spot, catch one here, go to the next spot, catch one. The goal is just stay consistent. That's what we're going to go do. Catch as many smallmouth as we can today, see how much weight we can catch, get back to weighing and go from there.
Patrick Walters getting ready for his day. These anglers are on their way out to their spots. Many of them making very, very long runs and big, wide open spaces here in Big Sky Country here in the Northern Plains. And we will have some running time. We invite you to stay with us for the next 7 hours or so. It's going to be very, very interesting today. And as we say, so different from most of the places we visit during the course of a season here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Going to have some anglers getting set up and getting the fish early. We hope to bring you some fish catching very, very soon. Meanwhile, welcome to each and every one of you on this Friday morning. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We look forward to this day today. We got Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukon in here. And guys, I think we're all kind of surprised by the productivity shown yesterday by our anglers.
Yeah, you asked us what expectations we had for day one, and I really didn't have many expectations because it's a different body of water. It's the same lake, but 12 feet lower. They're running from the north end to the south end, and it's a different time of year. We were here in June the last time, so my expectations were low. It's kind of a brand new book we were opening up yesterday, and 18.5 pounds to be in the top 10. What a stout deal. 512 for the big bass. I really think some of these guys are going to dial it in, but we will see a lot of flipping and flopping as some guys just, these smallmouth here swim away from their spots, and it's hard to find where they go.
Mike Sukon, we're getting down to the end of the season here. A lot of very important stories. These guys are fighting for their future and fighting for how they're going to, and if they're going to get to perform next year.
Point crunch time, and we saw yesterday Brandon Polinick was a little nervous, had a slow start. It's like a bear attack, though. You just got to outrun your hunting partner, and he did. And he increased his lead in the AOI to 56. Jay Shakura did his job, too. He's up to 80-point lead. Other guys are moving in and out. Brandon Card moved inside the Classic Cut. Cody Huff is right in there. Another rookie. Austin Felix and Chad Pipkins, who I talked to before. Smallmouth guys got right inside the cut, but they got to stay there today.
All right.
They can lose it.
Yeah. Mark Zona, I know you're looking for a couple of very important key factors today. What are you going to be keeping your eyes peeled for early on this morning?
You know, I'm going to kind of bounce off of what Such said right there. Is Polinick did his job by catching a couple late game fish, but he left the door open that John Cox or David Mullins could not kick in. And really kind of diving into this tournament in itself Seth Feider said it's going to be a top heavy event where you're going to see some big names not catch them, and you're going to see a lot of weights flip flop going into the second day, because a lot of those big stringers yesterday, there were other anglers, Tommy. We got to watch it all day long. There was other anglers fishing in those areas that did not catch them. But the one angler to watch today, as these anglers are running right now, when they get to their spots, we'll get on the water. The one angler to really watch, Drew Cook said where he started yesterday, he was done fishing at 8:15. Looking at his front-facing sonar, said literally, I caught one and I saw hundreds of quality smallmouth under his boat, caught his 5 bass limit, and got out of that area for the rest of the day.
Well, we will be in the boat with Drew Cook all day long, and 5 other anglers as well. You talk about the top-heavy aspect of this tournament. Let's take a look at the top of the leaderboard right now as they appeared on the weigh-in stage yesterday. There we go. Yes, sir. That's right. Again, we had 3 bags over. Josh Douglas there, 3 bags over 20 pounds during the course of the day, much to the delight of everyone. Josh Douglas there with 18 pounds and 10 ounces. Brandon Cobb with the big bass of the tournament.
512.
512, yes, sir.
And then this guy,
yeah, exactly.
Tommy, Chris Johnston, moving from outside the top 5 in Angler of the Year up into the top 3 right now and looking to gain a little bit more today. KJ Queen, Brian New certainly made a name for himself in the Bassmaster Elite Series, coming up as an Opens champion. Jeff Gustafson, we spent a lot of time on the boat with him yesterday. Nobody looked any solider than Jeff Gustafson. He seemed to have something going almost all the time.
Exactly, and the one thing that we closed off yesterday on Bassmaster Live, which one of these anglers in the top 10 has been left alone, kind of off the beaten path, not sharing water? I think we're going to be able to really trench into that, the first 30 minutes of competition here today.
Again, we got our 90 boats going out there today, and we'll fish for 47 spots in tomorrow's field. Very, very important, as you mentioned before we came on. Ronnie, we've only got so many guaranteed fishing days. Really, this is one of 3 guaranteed days that these anglers have left for their entire season.
Yeah, now that they've left the dock and are leaving the dock currently, we can now say this is the last official day they get this week, and then they get 2 official days next week for the full field. The people who missed the cut today, I said it in Facebook Live with Such, if Brandon Polinick, who was the first man outside the cut in 48th place with only 4 fish, if he can sneak inside that cut, maybe get into the 30s, he can possibly lock the door out and kind of throw the key away for everyone else in Progressive Angler of the Year. And some of these guys can secure classic spots as well if they sneak inside that top thing. Don't be so silly, Z.
You know, one thing to really kind of watch on this lake, there's almost like a dividing line. Talking to a lot of your leaders, and we're going to be with them this morning, is when you get down near that 212 bridge, the hardest thing to find in this tournament, unlike when guys came and scouted this week last year, is finding bait fish, giant pods of bait fish, whether they're smelt, whether they're herring. Small shad seems to be a real key factor in this event. When you get down near that 212 bridge working south towards Pierre, that seems to be the key area so far this time around, where a lot of just that better than average size, that 3.5 pound or bigger size average bass is prevailing in this event.
Well, one of the big factors in this tournament so far, at least on day number 1, was the skill shown by the anglers from the northern tier of states. It helps to have some local knowledge. Let's listen to Jeff Gustafson.
It's a fine line out here of, you know, it can happen real fast, but it's easy for it not to happen too. So, but I'm ready. If I get around them, I know how to catch them, and looking forward to seeing what happens today. But we're in the game. That's the main thing, and it's a long way to go, but yeah, one day at a time. So the goal is all, nothing under 3 pounds, hopefully, and if that happens, we're going to be happy, another happy boat.
Jeff Gustafson from Canada, certainly skilled at catching smallmouth deep, like a lot of our Minnesota anglers who we spent a lot of time with yesterday, and this is how he got his day started yesterday.
Yeah, and one thing that we got to watch a lot yesterday is flurries. There is a lot of dead water. And Tommy, it's fair to say there's a lot of dead time right now on Oahe where you can be around these fish, and they're as unpressured as these smallmouth are. They're not the easiest to catch. And then there will be a half-hour stretch. One of the guys that talked about it was Drew Cook, Patrick Walters. They will get as dumb as a box for 30 minutes. And your timing had better be right. We got to see that for the first 30 minutes yesterday with Jeff Gustafson.
A lot of our guys talking about, the big problem to solve out here is these fish are, some say, nomadic or pelagic. They relate to nothing except the bait fish, and who knows where the bait fish are going to pop up minute to minute.
And some people don't even want to be around bait fish, Tommy. That competition aspect, and the fact that looking at Chris Decker's story last night about some Elite Series notes and quotes, some of these guys were saying, I don't want to be around some of that bait because it'll make those fish swim away. They'll just be infatuated with the bait fish, and they will follow them wherever they go, as we look at the Humminbird bird's eye view. So some guys who maybe don't have as much bait present, some of their fish may stay put a little bit more than some of these groups of fish, the 100-fish schools that are targeting, that are keyed in on that bait.
Here's your Humminbird bird's eye view. This is the last of our anglers leaving the takeoff here, the last of hour 90. Beautiful place. So different from any place else we go, and it's a different sort of challenge today. So we hope you can stay with us and enjoy some of this.
And that Humminbird bird's eye view was a great shot. Pretty much main lake points, slow tapering points adjacent to deeper water were a big player yesterday. A point just like that as you go down towards that 212 bridge. When you kind of combined a point like that, maybe a little bit of rock, not as big a player, those little rock veins and rubble piles that we thought would be coming into this tournament. But when you kind of time it on one of those points combined with bait, it seems like all of your leaders focusing on that. Primary techniques have been Demiki style rigs, drop shots, Ned rigs, little bit of swim baiting I think we're going to be able to see today. I know Patrick Walters mixed that into his day 1 rotation in a big way.
You can also notice from our Humminbird bird's eye view the fact that the water is in fact down. It's about 10 to 15 feet down, and that affects the way points work, the way everything works, right, see?
And not only that, Tommy, one of the things that we talked about early yesterday, a lot of the anglers that we had cameras with made the comment, if you go shallow here right now, you will absolutely get burned. 7 to a 9-pound limit potential. Really, the ceiling is about 10 pounds. We got to see that with John Cox yesterday. If you are into deep water finesse smallmouth, today is pretty much going to be your day.
Different sort of vibe for sure than where we were the last time at the St. Lawrence River, where the bites were so plentiful all day long. It seemed every bite is going to be precious out here today, and that makes for a great tournament as well. Hope you can stay with us. We're going to get the fishing starting very, very soon. Be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Just finished up the first day on Lake Oahe, had 16 pounds, sitting pretty good. And yeah, we're back to catching smallmouth again. And like always, we're throwing the 4.25 flatworm and green pumpkin and also a smelt color. And then we're also dropping a Demiki rig on them with a Berkeley flat-nosed minnow, Maxson, of course, and yeah, and the brown back color. That's what's getting the job done this week.
Matt Robertson, everyone knows Matt right there with the Berkeley right bait, right time. And
he lets you know that we know him too.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah.
That's his job.
You know,
He's on them.
Tommy, it's fair to say it's starting to get as awkward as could be with Matty Robertson and Dave Mercer on the stage. I don't know if you watch.
Oh my
I'll stop right there.
gosh.
I'll stop right there.
Goodness
Not sure
gracious.
what's going on there, man.
That's the best tease you could possibly give us right there. You promo the way
Or
in.
worse, or worse.
in the right way. Let's take a look at our leaderboard one more time as we wait. I mean, wide open space. These guys are making long runs, most of them, to get set up and start fishing. Let's take another look at our leaderboard, get you set up for the action we have on the card today. Speaking of card, the man on top, Tennessee's Brandon Card.
Exactly, and the one thing that we definitely, talking to all of our leaders, we got to see it yesterday morning, there is a very, very distinct early morning bite. Like, I'm talking the first 60 minutes, and something Drew Cook said, now get ready for this, said, I caught my first bass, and there were hundreds. I said, oh, wow, you saw hundreds on your depth finder. He said, no, when I caught the bass. Now, these guys are fishing predominantly right now, call it 15 all the way out to 40 feet of water. Tommy, he said there were hundreds on the surface swimming around his boat yesterday morning.
Let's take a look at our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points right now. And, of course, Brandon Palaniuk coming into this tournament with a 41-point lead over the rest of the field there, which he actually was able to extend yesterday. And you guys have already mentioned the phenomenon that happened there. You know, it's like Such said, you know, you don't have to, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you, and he outran his nearest pursuers.
Yeah, when Brandon Palaniuk's having one of his worst days of Elite Series competition this year in his 48th place in the tournament, yet David Mullins, his nearest pursuer, 63rd place, John Cox, 70th place, Brandon Lester's down there in the 60s and 70s as well, and then the only guy in the top 5 coming into the event that was inside the cut was Drew Benton in 28th. That allowed Chris Johnston to move up into the top 5. He's in 7th this week, so he's kind of topped out. But if Brandon Palaniuk doesn't make the cut, that opens the door up for somebody that's in the top 10, if they can stay there, to maybe be within 35, 40 points going into next week. And we can see a flip-flop from 2nd to 5th.
One more list we need to roll out for you here. Here's our Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year watch right there, and Jay Shakurit coming off a big win, the youngest ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series event at our last stop on the St. Lawrence River. Look at that. He has extended his lead right there. Jacob Fouts had a little trouble yesterday. He's another one that got outrun.
Only 3 fish.
Yeah.
And really looking at what Jay Shakur, if you looked at those points coming into this tournament, I mean, this was actually a race a day ago.
Oh, yeah.
And there is potential for the Angler of the Year and the Rookie of the Year. to be done by Sunday. The potential's there is what I'm saying, Ronnie.
And I will say that we've saw it, but flip-flopped, I think at Pickwick or Texas, or at Lake Fork, where Shakurit was down in the 80s and had lost a lot of points to the Rookie of the Year race, gained them on day 2 and was back in contention. Jacob Fouts being broken down yesterday did not help, and so hopefully today a full day of fishing for Fouts could get him back in the race.
Oh, yeah. All right, we did see a lot of good fish catching yesterday, despite the overall challenge of the day. One of the anglers who did a good job, we were with him all day long, and he just fell one short of really what could have been for Austin Felix, and he is the subject of our Jack Link's Hook the Beast.
Hook
Big one. Stay out of there. Yes, sir. Whew. Golly, look at his eye. He's only got one eye. Yeah, call him a 4-pounder.
If he lands that 5-pounder he lost yesterday, instead of he ended up catching a 2-pounder, he's 20 spots higher.
Wound up in 34th
now, I don't know about 5 pounds. I don't know about.
You don't think it was 5? It's close. 4.
Well, we can argue about that for sure. Yeah, 34th place, and actually, I guess he was, resigned to take that, and it could have been even worse when it was worse for most of our field.
Definitely could have been way worse for Austin Felix, especially, I mean, he was one of the favorites. He's one of the closest anglers. I think he's only 3 or 4 hours from home. That doesn't mean he has a lot of experience at Lake Oahe, but being close to home, you know what the weather's going to do to fish this time of the year. But what's funny, Tommy, is that a lot of these guys talked about the smallmouth, and Zeke can probably speak to this as well, is that these are not New York and Michigan smallmouth. Even though we're in South Dakota, these fish kind of act a little bit more Tennessee River-ish. They act like Cherokee Lake smallmouth at times, rather than the Gray Lake smallmouth we come to know at the end of the season.
Exactly.
That's a great way to think. Good job, Zeke.
We dropped that sheep.
Hey, one of the things to watch this morning with the guys, and it's going to be pretty much everybody that's on camera. And again, if you're just tuning in Bassmaster Live, a lot of the anglers pretty much still running, should be getting their areas soon, is talking to all of the anglers that are having trouble catching them. They said the singles are the hardest ones to catch. When you mark a pot of them, whether it's 2, 3, 4, 5 fish or 50 to 100 fish, where there's competition for your bait, those are going to be like pretty much every angler that said, I can see 3 to 5 fish on my sonar, those fish will ignite. But after that sun got up yesterday, a lot of those schools, at least for the anglers that we had on camera, those schools would break up, they'd be individual, a lot of fish would really suspend. That's when it got tough, and only guys like Brandon Card, Patrick Walters were able to crack that later day bite on single fish schools, for lack of a better term. But look for this morning for the leaders of this event, when they get on a spot, if they're on that spot alone, which is a big factor right now, and they see 3 to 5 bass, those are the ones that seem to ignite the fastest.
All right, as we continue to wait for our guys to complete their runs, get set up, start fishing. Ryan, good time maybe to fire up the screen of knowledge?
Yeah, and Tommy, we're just happy that they're actually going out and fishing today. Based on what practice reports had, a lot of the anglers were pessimistic that we would even have a 4-day tournament. Saturday and Sunday right now look like good weather as well, so it looks like we may complete a 4-day tournament here. Today was the day in question. Looking at the handy wind finder, when it comes to the upper, Midwest where we are, looking at this blue and purplish, that's that 5 to 12 mile an hour wind, and that's from a decent direction. But as it gets along, let me go back to that. I'm going to go back to where it really has an uptick in it. When you get to that 10 a.m. time period, it turns that green, that sharp green. It goes from purple, which is about a 3 to 5, maybe 8 mile an hour wind, to this blue and green color. That is when it gets to the 16, 17, 18 mile an hour wind that we were worried about. But begins to taper back off and turn to that blue and purple color, still from that north direction, but it still should be very manageable today. It might get a little bumpy for these guys, but it's not going to get to that upper end that we were really concerned about, that these anglers thought 20, 25 mile an hour wind. There may be gusts in that for about an hour portion today, but not sustained that made us cancel today. So we're just happy to have day 2 underway with all the 90 guys having a shot to go catch them today.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Ron. That was awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, why don't our
Well,
local
just
weather guys show us that kind of map right
Yeah,
there?
that was
awesome.
Yeah,
That was great.
it helps-
Speaking of, let's get
helps
back
to
to the
be wrong.
conventional type of weather report right now with our TH Marine Weather Watch. High of 78 today, low of 60, just great temperatures. No doubt about that. And you can see the winds 15, 25 gusts during the course of the day.
Yeah, and one of the things, definitely listening to a lot of the weigh-in yesterday, the prediction is that with the weather that's coming tomorrow and Sunday, looking for some of the bigger stringers of this event, looking at tomorrow's weather, lighter winds and sunny pretty much all day long.
All right. Of course, the big job for these anglers today, very, very important to make it through today in the top 47 spots. That's a story we'll be following.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Got it, that's big one. Get in here.
22 Elite Series, that is how you start.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you. Come here. Come here. Gotcha. Oh, quiver will deliver, baby. Oh my God. Yes! Woohoo! Oh, baby. Uh-oh. 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 I don't have a hat on. I don't know what's going on. Everywhere.
£17 and an ounce! 17-1 with 75 pounds, 4 ounces. John Cruz is a 2-time Bassmaster Elite Series champion!
Get your butt around here. Get your butt around here. Yes. Yes.
Buddy Gross, the best of all the rest, this week at the Sight 1 Bassmaster Elite on the Harris chain. Buddy Gross, a 2-time Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
Got her. We're where we need to be too. Yes. Woo! Look at that. Yes. Woo! That'll call. Boom. Yes! Oh my God.
God, what a stud. Oh. Oh, Jesus, man. Holy cow. Holy cow.
The competition gets cooked, and Drew Cook is your guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
I got him that time. Good order. Yeah! I mean, smoked it. Big one. Oh my God, yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Come on. Stay on there. Get out there. Come here. In the mouth. I got her. I got her. Yeah. Gosh.
For the second time in 2022, King Kong Christie crushes the competition. Jason Christie, a Bassmaster Elite Series champion, number 8, and it feels great.
There he is. Well, if he got me in a tree or if he's just big. No way. No way! Woo! Ain't no way!
Yeah.
Big, I mean big. Stay down, baby. Right, here we are. Oh, grab it. Gotta grab it, gotta grab it. Oh, dear. What's going on, man? Oh, my God. Couldn't get a handle on it, son. Begging. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, another 6er. Stay on there. You can get in this boat, it's okay. You can get in here. Come on, come on. I got her! Look at that. That's how you want them to eat it. Stay on. Stay on. Oh my gosh, no way. No way! No way! Yes! No way!
£113 and 11 ounces. Unbelievable!
Yes, sir. What about that? First smallmouth I've caught all week, and it's a dang hammer. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's one down right there. Gosh, those are the healthy ones. Got you, big bud. Oh. That's a good one. Yes! Look at that.
3-inch swim bait, baby. Little Argo shad.
That's a big one, dude.
gosh, that's a tournament right there. That is her. This is big right here. Oh gosh. Lord, please let me get this fish in. God.
Yes! Woo! Yeah! Woo!
Gosh, yes.
Boom, baby.
Boom!
Awesome.
I'm pretty sure that's ball game, boys and girls. Boom!
Win number 2 in 2022. And finally, Brandon Lester is a Bassmaster Elite Series champion. The Whataburger Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake, Tennessee belongs to Brandon Lester.
Little look for you right there at how we got here during this 2022 season while we await our anglers arriving at their spots to set up and begin the all-important day number 2 campaign. To get something done out here today, we're on Lake Oahe, a giant Lake Oahe. And we're going to take you right out right now to Brian New, a 5th, a top 5 finish yesterday, 19 pounds and 5 ounces for the angler from Saluda, South Carolina, already owns an Elite Series victory in his 3rd year.
Exactly. Did a lot of pre-practicing, a lot of life coaching. Oh, Austin Felix from Minnesota kind of getting coached up on the smallmouth here in the last couple weeks. Said it's greatly helped him out.
Well, she was a little bumpy. It was very nice to be in a big falcon in them waves. Started here where I first place I caught, you know, a little group yesterday. I mean, plus, like, I'm going to try to work my way down. Not seeing a lot. I mean, there's a few here and there. I got one going down on it right now, actually, but don't know that he's going to bite. I'm hoping he does. He's not biting. He's sitting there, just sitting there looking at it. But yeah, I mean, it looks good on paper, but it really wasn't as good as it looked yesterday. But you know, that's the good thing about bass fishing. It don't have to be good all day. It just has to look good on paper. And you just got to make it happen sometime throughout the day. Just really just kind of mainly live scoping these places, basically just a bunch of points. I mean, that's pretty much the only structure on the lake. I mean, you got some timber out in the B.A.S.S, but that's not my deal. And yeah, they just get up here and roam on these points and just live scope them and throw a drop shot. I've been throwing a drop shot and then like a Damiki rig with a greenfish tackle, bad little shad head and just a little fluke style bait. And every now and again you'll catch one. It's not easy. It's not easy. But it does feel good to have caught them the first day of a smallmouth tournament. Never really done that. I've had a lot of good second days, but I think this might be I mean, it's kind of acting like a carp now, but it was going down on my bait. Now it's not. Well, he went down that time. I don't think he's going to bite. probably about to bail on this place and try to get on another one before it gets hit. There might be one other point that hadn't been hit already. Possibly. There's a chance. Not a good one, but there is a chance.
A little bonus coverage there. Caleb Summerall.
Yeah, and that is, Tommy, if it's built that much right now, what's going to happen out here at about 10 or 11 o'clock is substantial. B&W trailer hitches on the line right here with Caleb Summerall. It was already rocking.
I don't know what it is about Lake Oahe and what it does for some of these southern anglers that it treats it a little different than a normal smallmouth lake up north. But Caleb Summerall, he's figured out the St. Lawrence River a little better each year he's gone up there. But from South Louisiana, having a 13th place finish at Oahe the first time we were here, and then obviously being in contention in the top 10 this week, it's been a good two events for Caleb Summerall.
Yeah.
Pulling up, maybe not constantly, but throughout the day. And we just gotta make 5 of them bite. There was some dumb ones here yesterday, but they're pretty smart today. Try not to put your line in your trolling motor. It's never good.
First look at Jeff Gustafson. He's arrived.
She's a little blustery out. Little walleye chop. Not ideal. And obviously you can see I'm right in the heart of it, taking it here, but we're gonna try it for a little bit and then see what happens. But not awesome conditions right now, and it's probably only gonna get worse.
Watching Brian New. Pretty much everything he caught yesterday, 18 all the way out to 40 feet of water. But we talked about that one magic range, really seems with a lot of your leaders, 20 to 30 feet of water. And Brian New said it's all flat, main lake points, a little bit of rock, a little bit of gravel, but said really there's nowhere else for him to go. So, you know, you can hunt that suspended bass bite in some of the flooded timber in the main river channel, but he said he's not going to chase that. A couple anglers tried that yesterday, but not in our top 20.
You could see there from the photo galleries from our great Bassmaster photographers out there that Brian New was on a spot, like you said, Z, a long point that juts out into the main river where it dumps off, and you could see them lined up every 25, 30 feet from each other, all in the line. You could follow from boat to boat almost on the front deck out to the end of the point as people picked their spot, tried to find a spot to roll into. And today, we just discussed this. I wonder why it took so long for like a guy like Gussie to get to a spot compared to yesterday. Well, the field is flipped. So the guys who were in first flight that got first dibs at stuff yesterday have to be in the back seat and be the last flight today. So
I actually really hope this is 12 inches, but I don't know. I don't think so. That's pretty small. But that's a good sign. At least there's a little bit of life. Yeah, it is, just barely. We'll throw them in there.
$12 inches our length limit for both largemouth and smallmouth. Should a largemouth show up at some point?
For sure. We say, Troy Dede said that, you know, we should see maybe one in some of these guys' bags. Maybe it would be hard pressed to find 2 or 3. Rick Clunn had a 3-pound largemouth to start his day yesterday and helped and brought that to weigh in. And so we did get a little green love. I don't think we had any largemouth last time we were here. And if you're watching and wondering what, other than measuring the fish that Jeff Gustafson was doing there, he was fizzing the fish's swim bladder, which they cannot regulate on their own. So you can, just like kind of going up a mountain and your ears popping, we can alleviate that. They cannot alleviate that when they go from 40, 50 feet of water up to 0 in 30 seconds. They normally, if they did it on their own, would swim up much slower, or they'd go back down and, you know, regulate. But when they're hooked and they come up to the surface, they have to have that pressure relieved, and fizzing is the best way to do that naturally.
Bass Track's been kind of slow, but Alex Redwine has filled his limit. He's jumped into 4th place from 43rd. Wow. It is a very small limit. It's 5 fish going 7 pounds, 1 ounce.
We see KJ. Was KJ Queen tying tube on right there? Ronnie? Not for sure.
It was a little rough, I ain't gonna lie. We took off, went down the lake, and it started rough, and it stayed rough for about half the way, and we got about halfway down the lake, the river bend, and it calmed down in a few of the river bends, but it was a rough ride, no doubt. Now this Gambler, though, it made it feel like a dream. I'm telling you, it really did. Compared to what it would have been, it would have been rough. What's cool about this Gambler, it's got trim tabs on it. So, kind of like a saltwater boat almost. You can put the tabs down and it'll just eat the waves. You can just go right through them, it plows them.
Does look like a Tube Z.
Absolutely, as we did not get to talk to KJ last night.
Just tied on the old Juice. It's a new product that we come out with at Queen Tackle. It's live sonar jig head. What's really cool and unique about it, it's made out of tungsten, so it's like half as dense as lead. So whenever you put that tungsten jig head on your forward-facing sonar, it looks like a ball of fire. So it makes it super easy to see your bait, and you can get a small jig head in a heavyweight and a small profile with a heavy weight, is what I'm trying to say. So basically, you can give the fish a whole completely different look than what they're used to seeing. So you can't put no lead jig in front of inside of a tube that's, you know, not at least like 3/8 ounces, about as big as you can get. But ours, you can put all the way up to like a 1 ounce tungsten jig head inside of a tube, and you get a completely different fall, a completely different action and everything else. I've been using the 5/8 this week, but St. Lawrence, Pickwick, this live sonar jig head has been the ticket in the last 2 events. If I can ever see one, I'll give him the bite. I just got to see him.
A little unofficial taste of the bait there, Tommy.
Yeah. Improvised. Yeah.
True Cook hooked up.
Stay on, baby. Oh man, it's a catfish. Golly. Don't roll, don't roll, don't roll. That's not exactly what we're looking for, but he bit it good.
Finally seeing some pictures with our day one leader, Brandon Card, bottom left of your screen.
Yeah, the run down here wasn't too bad. Got pretty choppy, but this V.A.S.S just takes the waves really good. And I was able to make pretty good time down through here. So we just got here. We're dropping on a few fish right now. Hopefully we can get off to another early start. I just put the trolling motor in the water and I'm seeing lots of fish, so that's a good sign.
Brandon Card having a late evening yesterday, Tommy. Had a little mechanical issues. Got a ride in from Scott Canterbury. Got a little help.
Target lock, and it makes it really nice in these waves. I can spot lock and I can pan around. I can pan around with the Mega Live and I can see where they're sitting. I don't know, I want to catch them quick because it's going to keep building. So we'll just, hopefully we can catch them this morning real quick.
Guaranteed that's going to be the theme of day number 2, is catch them as fast as you can with what we're going to see later this morning. Lake Oahe definitely going to build in timing, especially for the guys making the really long runs. Patrick Walters, one of those anglers, running over an hour away, probably going to take a lot longer today to get to his primary areas where he caught him yesterday.
I can't hear you. Oh. Mostly throwing a drop shot and a Ned. Huh? That was a bass.
Patrick Walters actually putting 140 miles on his boat yesterday.
Bunch of guys getting set up and hoping to say, as we say, get it done very, very quickly.
Hey, I'll just say the most important piece of equipment this week is insert boat brand here, because they got them down to their spots safe and secure.
There you go. There you go. Striker Daily Trivia. Let's get that going early on here today. Here's your question. Cliff Perch climbed to finish 3rd after starting day 1 of the 2018. The only other Oahe Elite we've had. In what place? What day did he start? What place did he start in? Was it 56th, 76th, 66th, or 86th? Cliff Perch from Arizona. He was fishing out west in the wide open spaces. But where did he start in that first event here at Oahe in 2018? We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
90 anglers doing their best to make it to day number 3 here on day number 2. This event on Lake Oahe Bassmaster Elite Series 2022 Striker Daily Trivia question reverts back to our first trip here back in 2018. Cliff Perch climbed to finish 3rd in that tournament after starting day 1 of that tournament. In which place? Mark Zona, was it 56, 66, 76, or 86th?
I know he was not in good shape. In fact, I think yesterday, Such or Ronnie said he was in possibly the single digits. I'm going to go 76.
All right.
I think I gotta go 66, because I think the cut weight was only like 8 pounds or so, and I think he was just below that.
He had 710 on day 1.
Okay.
Tommy, what do you got?
I'm gonna say 66.
Oh my God! 86th place.
710 on day 1.
What?
He had 18.4 and then 19.9 before the big bag of the event.
comeback.
20 pounds, 11 ounces.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
Hey, Ronnie, your buddy, Jake Whitaker's taking the lead.
My buddy,
With
you
two
talk
fish.
about it more
Isn't
than
your
I
friend?
do. Well, I mean, they're all my friends. What are you talking about?
Oh. North Carolina angler there on top. For now, we'll try to check in and see what he's up to as best we can as we take a look at our anglers that we are in the boat with today, following them around, how they're spread out. Man, that's a long track there. This lake as it goes to South Dakota.
That is really from the 212 bridge up towards Moe Bridge. About that 20-mile stretch seems to, at least early today, be the major player, but really within, I think it's fair to say, Ronnie, watching our maps, about 5 miles either way of that 212 bridge yesterday seemed to be the biggest player.
Yeah, for sure. And then you'd see little groupings, maybe 10 miles each way, where there'd be 2 or 3 boats instead of 5 to 10 boats. Some of those guys, I heard a lot of people on the weigh-in stage yesterday, Z, talk about that they caught a couple good fish. They thought they'd be able to move around, so they started to make their way back a little bit earlier yesterday. And then they couldn't get in anywhere. They didn't catch them, and then they were sitting around takeoff with an hour and a half left of the day because they came back too quick because it wasn't as rough as they thought.
Yes, one of those anglers actually was Patrick Walters. Said he came back, get ready, 3 hours early. Said he talked to Seth Feider before the tournament, said how bad it gets if you make that long run down towards Pierre, that it can take you 2 or 3 hours. And he said, man, I totally misjudged it yesterday. And one of those anglers that we saw later in the day that misjudged it a little bit was also Seth, when he came back towards the takeoff.
Good Lord. I'm about to take a Oahe bath.
One thing I'll say, Tommy, is that the one, dent in Patrick Walters' armor, something that he didn't have in his arsenal, was smallmouth fishing. His first year or so in the Elite Series, it was kind of the thorn in his side. He's gotten top 10s in points, but not able to get AOY because of smallmouth at the end of the year. I will say, and Mark Zona can also corroborate this, he has spent a lot of time practicing smallmouth and figuring out, making long runs, doing the extremes to make sure that it's kind of like a tune-up for Elite Series competition, so he's ready for these events.
He has made, and that's one of the things growing up fishing the Great Lakes, a lot of the legends that have done this have historically made, whether they're regional fishermen or phenomenal national smallmouth fishermen, is basically outrunning the crowd, the rest of the field. And Patrick is making runs, whether it's been Lake Ontario, we've seen him in a tournament on Saginaw Bay, we've seen him here. He basically is just outrunning the rest of the field and fishing for completely unpressured fish that basically have been overlooked, for lack of a better term.
Which is the utmost trust in his equipment, the utmost trust in his strategy and planning, knowing that you're going to have a lot less fishing time, but knowing that when he gets there, what he's looking at is the right stuff. Because a lot of times people can find groups of fish in practice that just, like, you can look at a group of fish, Z, and know that those aren't going to stay where they're at. And some people who are foreign to smallmouth are like, maybe hopefully these fish stay, and that's not the case.
And listen, that I know there's some of our smallmouth fishermen watching this live. There's an area on Lake Erie called Pelee Island, and obviously you go out to the Ducks on Lake Ontario. You can look really, really, really good on a weigh-in stage for a day or two, but when you make those wicked long runs, you can fall flat on your face and bring in a bass. It's a very, living like that is a very hero or zero way to approach smallmouth. But the conditions we had on Lake Ontario, where he was going out there, it was flat calm. The weather can eat you. Today will be interesting to watch, Patrick.
There's your Humminbird bird's eye view of Jeff Gustafson. Got him with one small fish, about a half-pounder. 12-incher. Lower end of the limit there, and was successful at keeping juggling all the balls, keeping them in the air during the course of the day yesterday.
And if nobody hung with us looking at this Humminbird bird's eye view right here with Gustafson, he already had a pretty good weight in his live well yesterday morning. It was early and often. I think it's very fair to say today will be the survival X factor of this event.
Big one too.
Do you foresee anything like last time we were here? We had 93 limits on day one and like 30 less on day two. I don't know if there was a weather thing going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'll see that, Such, and I think you're also going to see a lot of anglers that caught them yesterday suck today, and anglers that probably didn't do very well yesterday catch them today.
Some turnover in our top 10.
Yes.
Top 47.
I think boat position yesterday was very, very, very critical to get on some of these key points.
See Drew Benton there, who was around Jeff Gustafson yesterday. Gussie being the nice guy that he is and helping out Drew, who's in 28th coming into today. Drew lands one there. Great drone shots by our guy, Wes Miller. The troll motor is doing its best to keep him in that spot, Tommy.
Mm-hmm. It's a really good look from above, and then how choppy it is on the water. And again, it's only going to build today.
Just got word from Patrick Walters, cameraman. There's not great service where he is. That doesn't mean we won't see him with camera, but cell-wise. And so he's going to text, the weight numbers so that we can try to keep a bass track total whenever we do not see him live.
Anything yet?
No. I'm just happy I got the text.
Yeah.
To start.
Me too.
That means they're alive and well down there, down south.
Oh, you heard Paul Mueller said he went way down there and gassed up. Did Walters go that far?
I think that, when I saw the map yesterday, there were guys down in that range where it's the point of no return. They've probably used more than half a tank of gas to get to where they're at, so they can't run around and make it back. If they want to run around to some spots, they're going to have to go 20 more miles to fuel up and then be able to come back on a full tank of gas. But some of those guys who burn about a half to get to where they're at, they can't just come on back and expect to make it.
Tyler Rivette with 3 fish is making an appearance in our top 10, 7th place.
Gussie did send us a picture of how he caught pretty much every bass yesterday. Maybe have a little screen of knowledge love with Ronnie here.
Gustafson trying to become the first Canadian to win 2 Bassmaster Elite Series events. He's got 1 win from year before last on Tennessee River.
Do you think we'll stop at a certain point giving out accolades just based on where they're from? Like, will he be the first one to get 3 wins, or first one to get 4 wins? It's kind of like.
Okay.
No more nationalities. I'm not saying you, Tommy. I'm just saying in general,
No, I think you were saying Tommy.
No,
there.
I was smiling at Tommy. I was not
exactly.
frowning at Tommy. You weren't here, Z. You don't know. I'm just saying. You could only hear the audio portion. It was said with love. Z, what's a consistent weight, do you feel? Because that's the biggest thing with smallmouth tournaments. It seems that the potential is always there to get over 20 for people in the field, but consistently with the conditions we have, I mean, it's 18. If someone can go 18 yesterday, 18 today, you know, like that's, I mean.
I thought before we went live, 18 a day was going to end up being very, very solid. As this morning goes along, they creep down to 16. You can tell that bend around 212, you can tell that there is some protection, you know, obviously on that bend of the lake where that point over KJ Queen's shoulder, there is some sort of, you know, at least a little bit of protection compared to a lot of the guys that are just on that main drag that runs north and south above the bridge.
Best bag today so far, Jason Williamson, who really needs to catch him. He's got 4 for 11 pounds right now. He was in the upper 80s, fell out of the classic bubble, fell from like 40th to in the 50s. He's going to climb back in right now. He's in 28th place. He's got a 4-pounder, couple 2s. He needs to catch him today.
All right, we just got to spot number 1. It's the good news is we got here. It was a little choppy this morning, but not too bad. It was bearable. Wind's going to pick up throughout the day. I think it's going to die off of this afternoon, but hard part was getting here. We just got here, made about 5 or 6 casts or so. We're going to see if we get set up and start catching us a couple. You know, today's about surviving. We just got to catch us some fish and stay in it. That's the biggest thing.
You can see how tough the morning's been for these guys, Tommy, because it's been an hour and 20 minutes since takeoff started. Patrick Walters started the day in 3rd, and it's only down to 6th place. Normally, if you go an hour and a half without fishing, you're going to be 15th.
Sure, yeah, you're in 3rd out of the top 10.
He's in 6th. Like I mean, that is a good spot to be, because you know when you give up a lot of time running, you're probably losing ground on the field. He didn't lose much ground this morning.
Swim bait, drop shot, and a Ned rig, pretty much all of Patrick Walters' fish yesterday, 20 to 30 feet of water. Said the fish are just built a lot better. And we got to hear Ronnie talk about this. It seems like you get below that bridge, that's when you start to get into the massive amounts of bait, shad, herring, smelt, where we get towards closer to Mo Bridge, there's a lack of bait. There's been plenty of bass up there, but obviously, and Patrick Walters said this, fish in the region of the lake that he's in feels they're definitely built better than anywhere else on the system right now.
Patrick Walters, he says, I just got to get through today. That's what he's working on right now. Owns a Bassmaster Elite Series victory. Owns a couple of Century belts as well. There's our leaderboard with North Carolina's Jake Whitaker, the former college star, on top right now.
Get some diaper money. Him and Justin Atkins have babies due in the next 2 weeks.
He's got some big events in his future coming up here. Brandon Card hanging in there in 2nd place. Alex Redwine of Ohio, he moved up into the top 3 as well. We will be back to Lake Oahe in day number 2 action momentarily.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
So much of your success as a professional angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series depends on what happens on this day, day 2 of each of the 9 events throughout the season. Whether you make that cut makes all the difference in the world in terms of money, in terms of points, potential to maybe go on and do the unthinkable and maybe winning one of these things, which is super hard to do. Get back out on Lake Oahe now and look at a couple of guys who've done very well on day 2s throughout this season. There's Drew Benton, Jeff Gustafson, both fishing so close together.
And Drew Benton got to watch a lot of the show yesterday with Gustafson. Not the case this morning. Drew Benton fishing just a hair south of Gussie. Really, yesterday till about 12 o'clock, Drew Benton was in bad shape. I mean, only a couple fish. Good one right there. Heard Gussie say on stage with Mercer yesterday that he did not have any areas to himself. He said he had about 5 or 6 spots, and there was definitely 5 or 6 boats on each of those areas. Gonna head from Drew Benton and Gussie, gonna head south, back down with Patrick Walters, who has made it to his fishing area. You get a good look at how rough it is, but Tommy, that smallmouth bite in those conditions.
Started fighting till the last little minute right there. Ooh. He was ready to come for a second there. He's not even that big. Come here, buddy. Come here. They see that boat and they freak out. There we go. Get us started. Number 1. Pound and a half. Oh, wait. Manual auto. Give him some water. All right, switch with you.
Tommy, some people perceive Patrick Walters making a long run as the biggest gamble of our field today. But I would almost argue if you're comfortable with running your boat and the weather isn't harsh enough to cancel, it's less of a gamble because he trusts his equipment. He's going to have a spot to himself. You know what I'm saying? Like compared to the gamble of fishing with 10 other people and mistiming it or getting in a group. If you have a fish to yourself and the only gamble is making sure you can drive there and get back, that's a lot more variables in your control compared to fishing around a group of people.
That's the enticement.
Yeah, and Ronnie, one of the things in there though today, listen to Patrick Walters say that yesterday he was misjudged it by 3 hours. You know, today you're going to probably need a little bit more time than a lot of our anglers like Drew Cook, who caught him yesterday in basically 55 minutes. He'll push it a lot harder today, and it will be a lot harder of a run back than it was yesterday.
And what's huge for Walters is he is in the last flight. He's boat 73, so he's due back at 4:30 local time, 5:30 Eastern time. So he needs to make sure he's back a little bit. We saw a lot of people have issues mechanically and need to hitch a ride with someone in. If you're going farther than anyone else and you're in the last flight of the day, there ain't nobody behind you to come scoop you up.
The
so
buddy
he needs
system.
to, you know,
You're the Lone Ranger.
he does have the longest time to fish today, but than he did yesterday. But yeah, he definitely needs to get within civilization distance.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Pretty much the same thing as a lot of the other anglers we have on camera, 20 to 30 foot of water, flat points, very, very close to that main lake, main river basin, deep water very close by. And just basically flat points with a little bit of rock on them.
Yep. Got his feeder boats. Big fish alert.
What?
From our leader, Jake Whitaker. Added a 4 pound, 4 ounce. He's almost at 9 pounds today, and he's increased his lead a little bit there.
Third fish of the day, basically doubles his weight from his first two. Not the ones that you want to keep, but
Yep.
He started 14th, Ronnie. 17 pounds, 2 ounces on day one. Not bad.
Well, you said it, Such, with the couple fish that he's caught this morning. It's not the biggest weight. That 4.4 definitely helps.
Oh, man.
It's the biggest fish of the day so far, but he's the only one to surpass the day one leader right now. So
Yeah.
it's something to keep an eye on.
Well, gosh, I think, what is it? Gussie and Walter's the only one on camera who've caught a fish?
Yep. Drew Cook caught a catfish, but not the fish species we're looking for, yeah.
It's not on Bass Track.
Could it be Jake's time? We remember him. One of his better performances as an elite was right behind Gussie when Gussie won his tournament on the Tennessee River there. Not too far away in the same general part of the country.
You don't want to pick and choose when you win an elite event, but if he's going to win one of the last two, Jake would love to win the next one because that is winning into the classic.
Oh, that's right.
And he's a little too far behind to probably.
The next one is?
Yeah. It's the last event of the year. Like Taku's win, double qualified him last year at the St. Lawrence to end the season. Next week we'll have the Angler of the Year settled, Rookie of the Year, classic spots, and a win-in chance.
Jake's probably just happy he's about to make a cut after missing the last 5.
It's wild because after 2 events, Florida's normally the most tough for people to survive. With 2 top 20s, he was sitting in the top 5 in points, and then hasn't made a cut since then. So it's been a trying mid-portion of the season, but if you can end the season with 2 cuts made and one of those be a top 10, that would be a good way to end the year.
Leader to start the day, Brandon Card, lower left there, has yet to catch a fish.
I promise Brandon Card and Drew Cook, leaders coming into today, are kind of scratching a little bit right now. I think Drew Cook had the vibe that he was going to get there, and for the most part has that area to himself. And that was about as confident as I've ever heard. And Drew Cook is not lacking confidence. He was pretty confident last night. He was going to get it done early today. It was amazing listening on stage. I don't know if for some of our viewers that watched the weigh-in, phenomenal, awkwardly awesome weigh-in yesterday, was how many anglers talked about their trip here last year, and how incredible the entire lake was. Different case this time around, head back up towards Mobridge, not quite to Mobridge, about halfway. Jeff Gustafson.
Just one small one in the boat for Jeff.
Z, did Jeff say he was fishing a specific structure, or was he fishing a pot of fish? Because looking at it right here, fans watching at home will say, well, Drew Benton's fishing right behind Jeff Gustafson. Are they fishing 2 different groups of fish, or are they fishing a point that comes off and makes a turn, or is this the edge of the river channel? Like, what did he say on the phone last night?
Basically, Gussie has been saying, man, all I'm concentrating on is very, very obvious slow tapering points, or just very, very subtle humps. And he said they're not. He said they're very obvious, and that you could tell that yesterday just listening to him, and with all the other anglers that were around him. I think a lot of the hope and thought was that these areas that we got to see some of the leaders on yesterday would reload, they could do their damage quickly. So far, not the case.
Second limit today, Jason Williamson from 88th place. He's up to 19th. And he needs
88th place.
He started 88th with
Third from the
fish.
bottom. We had 0 people 0 yesterday.
I was glad to hear that.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought we would have some zeros in this.
I did too.
That's a pleasant surprise.
We would have if some of these
Ben,
Elite Series guys did not show sportsmanship and pick the guys
Well,
up.
yeah.
Brandon Card needed to be brought in. Luke
Yeah.
Palmer got brought in by Jake Whitaker. You had Jacob Fouts get helped out. You had a couple other people who just
Toes?
Huh?
Thought I saw a toe on a video. Somebody got towed in.
Oh yes, Josh Strassner late yesterday, but you know they all got brought in by someone to weigh their fish, which was key.
Tommy, we do see some today, some zeros.
That's your prediction? Yeah.
I think so. I think so. Got to see 2 20-pound bags yesterday. Talked about that a little bit. Going to head back down towards the bridge right now. A lot of attention yesterday, a lot of attention today. KJ Queen pretty much fishing within sight of the bridge.
Saw a good bit of that back in 2018, this area.
Stay on, baby.
Boy, that protection of the way that bend is right there in the lake is going to serve him well today.
These fish are so strong. And don't do it. Don't do it. Oh my gosh. There we go. Thank you.
One of the
There we
good
go.
solid one for KJ Queen. He's getting it going here.
I know that bait choice has Z all excited as
Oh, yes,
well.
I saw
It
that.
does.
Yeah.
But it was hanging
Fired up.
quite far out of its mouth there. We were hoping he landed that fish, and he did.
Jake Whitaker on top.
I have no idea. No clue what that means.
Jake, with our biggest fish of the day that we have recorded so far at 4 pounds plus. And then we just saw KJ Queen. The KJ Queen, who had a wild start to his year, finished third from last to start the year. And then the next week at the Harris Chain in Florida, he finished top 12. So it's been an up and down wild year.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, by Rapala.
Getting ready to launch into the third hour of fishing and running, I should say, in this day 2 action, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe. Full field out there today. That weather looks beautiful right there, but the conditions are a little bit challenging. That is part of the game for sure. Take you down to a man who made one of the longest runs of the day. Ditto for him yesterday, Patrick Walters. Spent a lot of time in the boat yesterday. Spent a lot of time getting to his spot today, but he is set up, and he's put one keeper in the boat so far.
Patrick Walters talked about, Ronnie got to talk about, especially with the local anglers that Ronnie spoke to before this tournament.
These fish are tricky, though. You got to catch them when they're set up. If they're swimming around too much, like they're not really hunting, they're just swimming. They kind of get off the sweet spot, and they are about impossible to get to bite. There's 45 of them down there. But like when you get them fired up, they'll catch your bait before it gets to the bottom. And that's what you want. I mean,
all the smelt and herring that are in this lake. It seems like every angler that has had a good practice or has a camera today, really small shad, like 1.5 to 2 inch shad, has been what the primary forage is on a lot of these slow tapering points. Heard Patrick Walters talk about it, Drew Cook, Brandon Card. To where last year when they were here, they said it was big forage that were on a lot of these points.
Jake Whitaker's at it again, added a 3-pounder, almost to 12 pounds on the day, still leading.
Still need one more to a limit, Such?
Yeah, he's got 4. 11 pounds, 14 ounces on Bass Track, and you say he always goes in a little bit light?
Well, he used to until we started giving the incentive for being accurate in Bass Track, and now he weighs his fish. So yeah, that's why it's a little more, I guess.
Beat Ed Laughlin, huh?
He's got, that's a monopoly, Such. He's got that. I mean,
well, like 4 or 5 of those, hasn't he?
A year. Like 9 of the 13 we've had.
Paced away. Z, I read something yesterday. Does this make sense to you? Craig Lamb wrote a blog that he and Andy Crawford, their cameramen, were walleye anglers on the lake here. And they say early in the year, the bait fish are further north, and the walleye and bass tournaments are one up there. But as the season goes on later, like here, the bait fish gets pushed down lake a little bit more, and they think they were asked where they think the event was going to be won, and they said down lake past this bridge. Does that make sense?
That's how it's playing out so far. I would say it's pretty much been spot on. And like we said, every angler said it's almost like there is a dividing line on this lake right now where there is bait, and you can call that mid-lake, above the 212 bridge. And when you get below it, that is where the population is. So yeah, I would say it makes total sense.
All right, let's bring in our colleague here, 2-time Angler of the Year, Bassmaster Angler of the Year, classic champ Davey Height. And Davey Height, Mark Zona talked about this. You made the point yesterday as well. We talk about what we're seeing out there on the water, adverse conditions. If you want to be, though, a good all-arounder, you want to be one of the best, you got to learn to manage stuff like that. That's part of the game, a very important part of the game, and maybe that's what we ought to be concentrating on today. It's important to be able to do this stuff. You have to learn it if you're going to be one of the best.
Absolutely, Tommy, and I talked about it some yesterday when just Mercer and I were on, and I certainly want everyone to return safely. Safety is first and foremost in what we do, but this is part of the game, and to have a 4-day event, Lake Ontario, where it's slick glass and to be able to run out there, I mean, Tommy, Zona, for 30 years I've never seen that, and we've been there a lot, so to get a little reality check, I guess you could say here, is really cool. And we were talking this morning, J.O. and Mercer and I talking over on the way to the ramp this morning. Back in the day, we had a lot of these days where you just had to go fishing, and it seems like we've been blessed with good weather situations for the last few years for the most part, or we would have to cancel. But it's part of the game, and it's a lot of calculation. Patrick Walters was such a great day yesterday, making that long run. He's got to figure how much time to come back. How much does he need to leave? And several of the anglers yesterday I talked to at weigh-in said, man, I thought it was going to be rougher coming back, and I got back and I had 45 minutes. So today they might pay for that and stay a little longer, and it costs them. We'll see, but it's all part of our game. You're exactly right, Tommy.
Davey, for some of our beginners that maybe have not fished rough water, I've been fortunate to fish against you, with you in rough water. Kind of describe, and we've talked about this before, it's really a 3-step process. It's get to your area without breaking everything in your boat, catch your fish, keep your composure, and then the final process, get back in one piece. Talk about that, because it is a mind game where you are talking to yourself all day long in your skull.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and it is a 3-part process. You nailed it 100%. We're so excited and want to get to our spot that a lot of adrenaline running at takeoff, early in the morning, and so much on the line, Bassmaster Elite Series, and you want to get to your spot first. But if you get there and you've broken things, then you've got big trouble. So get there safely, catch some fish, and a lot of times you just have to say, man, do I need to catch 10 pounds, 15 pounds, or 20 pounds and get back safely? The big thing, though, and I talked to Clark about this a lot when we were at Ontario through the years, and Zona, this, that our boats and motors, all of our equipment nowadays, if you take your time and patiently, you can maneuver huge waves. I mean, 6, 7, 8 footers. But if you don't have enough time and you try to push it and you try to hurry things, that's when you have big trouble.
Dave, we talk about that because you fished many tournaments, and there are faster boat drivers than slower in tournaments like this, and then they get to their area and they spend an hour screwing everything back in after they just passed 20 boats.
Yeah, it's really neat where we were taking off this morning. We were up on a hill, if you went up from where they were actually leaving from, and I went up on that hill and was watching as the boats were coming out, getting in the big water. And I really couldn't see because they were far enough away. I couldn't tell exactly who it was, but I'd be willing to bet it was some of the younger anglers that are great. And, we've got a lot of 20-something-year-old anglers here that are great fishermen, but maybe just don't have that experience on the rougher water. And some of those guys, when they hit that big water, they were kind of flying all over the place. And you saw, whoa, let's slow down a little bit and trim it down. It was interesting to watch.
David, we talked about it's always important, especially in a place like this with so few features out there, to have your boat positioned properly. And that's when we talk about the middle part of that equation, you got to be really good at that too. You would think the guys who prospered yesterday did it better than anyone else.
Yeah, that brings up a real good point, Tommy. Our forward-facing sonar that we talk about a lot, it makes it very difficult. When the wind's blowing and, like they're calling for it this afternoon, it makes it really difficult to just be able to stay on the front deck, but you really can't use that forward-facing sonar like you might like. You saw Brandon Card yesterday using the target lock. That helps a lot, but when it gets so rough, you almost can't even use your trolling motor at all.
Davey, thank you so much. Good stuff from the guy who's put his time in tough conditions here, along with our own Mark Zona, the great Davey Heighton. Dave and Davey, Heighton Mercer will be running the show here a little bit later on today. Meanwhile, we're gonna keep going into this third hour of fishing, all important moving day number 3. And Jake Whitaker, the man on top, and look at the size of that lead right there. He's kind of trying to run away from everyone else right now, but we'll see how it works out through the rest of the day. Taku
Tommy, we talked about it. We thought that the standings could flip-flop. Well, that is so far the case early here, day number 2.
Absolutely. This is not what yesterday was by any means. That's kind of what makes it interesting. We'll be right back.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to South Dakota. Look at that, man. What incredible scenery. The wide open spaces, the big sky.
What is that?
Oh, wow. Holy cow.
Not a grave.
I know.
Yes, it is.
I think you may be right. You could be right there.
There's not many here, but the ones that are majestic, legendary.
That one qualifies. Good stuff.
Tommy.
Our man, Wes Miller. Oh, there's 2 of them out there. We're going to get out on the lake, massive Lake Oahe here. So much water, so many wide open spaces here. Going out to Drew Cook. Drew Cook, one of our anglers. A big day 1 to get started, trying to get things cranked up today. It has been a challenge today running more.
Has indeed. To see the fact that very little anglers have passed our day 1 leading weight is very interesting. A couple hours into the day.
Kakuitu's in second
It's
place.
weird.
Lee Livesey just
That's
got
weird,
4th.
Ronnie.
Weird.
God, they're all under the boat. Look at that.
This is fish number 1 for Drew Cook.
Dude, these things are the hardest fight in smallmouth. Golly, dude.
In fishing 25 to 45 feet of water. Water temps right now right around 70 degrees.
Come here. Number 1, we got to be really quick.
It's a good start for Drew Cook.
Yeah.
Like you said, Z, graph isn't lit up when he catches them, but it lights up during the catch.
Yes, that's, Ronnie, it's something to hit on. When he started on this spot yesterday, he said he saw 1 bass on his front-facing sonar, and he said there's a lot of cracks in the rocks, and it's, his exact words were, it's kind of a bluff rock wall down there in 25 to 45. He said he caught 1 that he saw on his front-facing sonar, and when he lifted it, out of that crack, he said, came, in his words, hundreds. And I said, so you saw him on your front-facing sonar? And he said, yeah, I saw him on my front-facing sonar, and then I saw them with my eyes. He said they were all around the boat, suspended literally a couple feet under the surface. And said, I could not count how many smallmouth were around me.
We saw that with Gussie yesterday. He catches 1 and doesn't even walk to the front deck and can pitch to the back right where he landed that fish, and there's more there.
There's
Drew right here.
They all come with it. But yesterday they were just staying right underneath the boat. And I was just able to literally I just dropped. I dropped 11 times. And they just stayed there the whole time. It's crazy. Uh-oh.
And what's bizarre about that, watching Drew Cook and listening to that, going to guys like Brian New or some of your other leaders that would say they would either be so dumb, where you could drop 3 feet over the side of your boat in 30 feet of water and catch them, and then 10 minutes later, they were so incredibly hard to catch for hours on end.
I caught a bass. I caught a bass. I'm not going to zero because I caught a bass. He's not very big, but I caught one. God, that feels good.
See that this wind might have been repositioning these fish a little bit, where these guys are trying to get back on track with these schools. Fish number 1 for Brian New.
Brandon New on the board, caught a fish. Happy about that. Let's get out to our leader to start the day. Brandon Card still looking for his first keeper.
Brandon Card fishing a lot of new areas that he did not fish the last time the Elite Series was here. Same depth range, really 15 out to mid-30s.
Finally.
This could be one of those events where you have 21 pounds on day 1 and everyone expects you to do 21 again, but if you catch 12 pounds, you could still be in the top 3 or 4 in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Especially if it's a good one.
God, that was a long time coming. Let's see if we can catch some now.
We said after the weigh-in yesterday, many long hours with 0 bites.
Many.
Yeah, despite his good total yesterday.
I think we're seeing a little bit of a bite window right now with literally more catches back to back to back here with 3 different anglers than we've seen. So I don't even know they're in different spots on the lake, starting to happen a little bit.
See more keepers in the last 10 minutes than we did in the first 2 hours.
For sure.
Safe to say.
That would pull Brandon back up to 3rd place. He'd fallen down to 7th.
Just like we said with Patrick Walters, it's been 2.5 hours almost. And for the leader to have only fallen to 7th with 0 fish.
Well, and also to your point there, the fact that Taku Idu had a small limit, less than 8 pounds. And it allowed him to go from 14th or 13th or 14th all the way up to 2nd place. That's tough fishing right there.
Again, one of the common themes with a lot of your leaders, Brandon Card said every single school he's on, which is six schools, fishing basically the same kind of stuff as the other leaders. He said there has to be bait on each one of those spots.
Picked up again.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Stop. What is going on?
This is not good, Tommy.
Oh, no.
What the heck? Golly. Did y'all see that? Holy cow. What the heck happened?
What is happening right now?
We did get to see
That was
that.
scary.
Oh my goodness. Not every flight turns out like you think it's going to.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
No, that was sketchy service with trolling motor issues right there, and his line fish was.
Hey, but that was a chunk.
Yeah.
It was a chunk.
Yeah.
We also got to see right there, Brandon Card is fishing close to another competitor who had a good day one, Matt Robertson.
Cook looking for number 2. Also, Brian New. We saw him catch one just a few minutes ago, his first of the day.
Good one. Oh, I hate catching smallmouth. Or landing smallmouth, I should say. But I got him. About pulled a Matt Eric. Thank you, Lord. I mean, that's a decent one. We can work with that. I can work with that. Thank you, Lord.
Well, the Cards fish, he put in his 3 pounds 2 ounces, so he's back in second place. That fish should get new.
One right there.
Top 4.
Just that deep. Hey, if I get in front of you, I ain't really trying to, I just ain't looking up.
That's the view from above, the scene we're looking at.
From 54th place, Carl Jacobson has his limit. He's in the 8th place, about 10 1/4 pounds.
Huge for him. The fact that Carl came into this event inside the classic cut by about 10 or 12 spots, looking to make his first classic from the, in general, but from the elite points would be huge. A good event here and a lot less pressure next week to knock it out.
Yeah, he was 39th today, Ronnie, with the 54th place points yesterday, so he's going to climb up.
Gray has got to go. God, that's a tiny bass.
Ronnie, who's he next to right there?
That looks like Micah Frazier.
Okay.
I believe that was the Coca-Cola boat.
Brian New said yesterday he was fishing next to Chris Johnston, and Brian admits he's not very, used to landing smallmouth bass, and said he was catching a bunch of good ones and was struggling a little bit at the side of the boat, and Chris Johnston was laughing and absolutely giving him the business during those fights. That is a great shot of how close they're fishing, and we have seen closer than that.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yes.
Half again is close. Brian New was the Opens Angler of the Year in 2020 to gain access to the Elite Series, and immediately won his first two. What? Yeah,
by like a point
by
for
a
that.
point. And here he's hooked up again. Came out and won his first Elite Series event.
That one ain't even as skinny as the old keeper. Golly, he ate it. His mouth's too little to even get it. Get my hook out. I can't see nothing.
Really interesting shot. You can see that point.
Sorry, dude.
The origin of it back there, and wow. Well, we've had a nice little flurry of fish catching right there. Jake Whitaker, though, started his flurry earlier today, climbed all the way in the top spot. 29 pounds, great day for Jake Whitaker. Looking good, getting his job done. On day number 2, Brandon Card had fallen down to 7th place. He's back up, tucked into 2nd right now. Takumi Ito came from 13th all the way up into 3rd place with a small limit so far. Drew Cook got one, KJ Queen as well. We'll be back with more momentarily.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
90 anglers out there working so very hard, and as you said, Mark Zona, today is going to maybe their best challenge, biggest challenge, the day you've got to survive, the day you've got to get past as we take a look at these incredible shots of the wildlife, the marine life here at this far-flung place in the northern plains here, Lake Oahe.
Yeah, it's one of the rare places you can find albino grebes.
No, wait, those.
See a whole lot of them.
I think that's pelicans.
Wes Miller right there.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Great shots from Wes this week.
Man, it's been
Tons of different
tremendous.
wildlife.
Oh, I thought you were saying
Absolutely.
Wes was one of the grebes. I got you now. He's the one shooting it. I got you.
Albino grebes, huh? Okay.
Well, the man on top, and this has transpired over the last hour and a half, Jake Whitaker has been on a tear, the former college national champion from UNC Charlotte. Could this be his time? And Z, we salute him.
And that kind of shows how tough today has been. Ronnie and Such nailed it. Usually by this time of the tournament, you start to see a lot of your leaders from day number 1 really picking up the pace, but it's been slow and a little bit grimy with this wind. Fish starting to bite a little bit, but BMC on point starting early with Jake Whitaker. Got a little company in his area with him this morning, but very solid morning so far with a lot of room to grow. BMC on point, Jake Whitaker, North Carolina. Back
Just
out
filled
to
out his
Blue
limit
Book
with a
Line.
1-pounder.
Got it.
Back out to Drew Cook. Thinks not nearly the quick start he had yesterday, but that's pretty much the case with everyone that we're watching today.
Yeah, and it was, but Tommy, what was bizarre is he caught that last one, and I mean, his screen lit. You know, he said, wow, there's 40 of them coming. Not quite as dumb as they were on day number 1.
Right here in front of us. Well, my update is I got one of them to bite, and that's it so far. It's a lot tougher today
just to stay where you need to be and not make a whole lot of noise to scare them off. They're still here though. That's what is really frustrating. Gosh, dang it. And then you have one bite it and it's like that. And they don't get it. So, I don't know. We're going to keep pecking at them, see what we can do. I got one rod in there that's got a drop shot on 6-pound line. I wouldn't understand why they're pressured and why they'd be line shy, because I mean, I only fished here for, you know, an hour tops yesterday, and nobody else tried to start here, so obviously nobody else fished here. But they are. I mean, I've seen there's two big groups up here. I've seen them both, and caught one out of one group. It took a while to get him to bite, but that one took my cricket. This was the deal yesterday, was the big bite Somali. In the smelt color. I started out the week with like green pumpkin based colors, you know, the same stuff that we're using at Ontario, and couldn't hardly get them to bite. And then caught one and it spit up a bunch of shad, so I went to this smelt color, and that's what it's been ever since. I got this one threaded on there, so shouldn't be able to not get this one.
Reminder for folks tuning in to Bass Track.
And they're
we
right
have
there.
about 40 of our 90 anglers that have marshals in the boat. Some of these guys, like Jake Whitaker, putting in their fish on their own. Keep an eye on that. If you see zeros for your favorite angler and no activity, that's probably what that is.
We just saw Micah Frazier off the boat of Brian New a moment ago. He has no marshal, so we really don't know what he's got for sure. Been a while since we checked in with Jeff Gustafson. Spent a lot of time with him yesterday. Caught him steady through the morning. Been a slow day for him so far.
Very, very slow for Gussie. Pretty much had a lot of his damage done and in the live well by now yesterday.
Little keeper. Not that big, he's a little bulldogger. All right. Not good, but we got to get 5. All right.
That is number 2 for Jeff Gustafson.
Four-inch jerk shads with a smeltinator jig head, pretty much what we've seen him dominate with. One on Fort Loudon Tellico last year.
Lee Livesey with his second 4-pounder, got the biggest bag of the day so far, 14.5 pounds. Third place.
I was waiting for it to hit the bottom and it was like swimming away on me. Unreal. Come on, baby. No. Holy man, that's horrible. Come here. They're fighters, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, Ned comes through. He's hooked good at least, but poor landing. That's a 2 3/4. That's the big side. All right, maybe there's buddies with them. Just gonna drop it right here. That was weird. I was like, I'm in 9 feet of water. I'm like, why isn't it hitting the bottom? And the line's like going this way. I'm like, there's no current here. All right. Positive.
Got some good looking flannel shirts there yesterday and today.
Couple small ones, but making moves right now. Jeff Gustafson said he's catching that on a Ned rig. Solid keeper. Not a lot of bites so far for Gussie this morning.
Well, he's tripled his weight in the last 2 minutes, 5 minutes, I should say. Let's see if he can keep the trend going there. Stay positive, as he says.
Looked it up, Z. In 2018, there were 6 zeros, all on day 2.
Wow. Wow.
You think these fish are figuring out boats are bad?
Yes. Yes, I do. I think you're going to see one of those, a Gussie or a Johnston or I think you're going to see a smallmouth hammer figure out how to catch one of those big stringers today with the pressure, with the wind. A lot of variables right now playing into this, as tough as it's been. But Gussie exponentially a lot calmer than any of our other anglers today. His primary spot where he started with Drew Benton, I mean, it was ripping.
Gussie looking good to make the cut, getting his job done. Going on to day number 3 out here. Looking better all the time. But that's the task at hand for our 90 who are out there today. We look at these top 10, and they are looking great to make that 47 cut. But after today, we will cut it down to those top 47. And as we get down to the cut line, there we see Steve Kennedy, first man out. Justin Atkins. That's Sheeta.
That's what's crazy, Tommy, is there's 12.2 was the cut line after yesterday's weigh-in, and it's only gone up 1.5 pounds, 1 3/4 pounds just through a few hours of day 2.
That is a tough day. It's a hot seat for sure. Absolutely. And we've got a lot
like a sauna.
More. Oh, just burning up. We've got a lot more to expose before we get to that point there. The weigh-in is a long ways off. We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Bassmaster Elite's on a lake that is 230 miles long, smack dab in the middle of the Dakotas here, all but 100 miles of that right here in the state of South Dakota. That's where we are on Lake Oahe, moving day number 2 of this 4-day tournament. Very, very challenging conditions today, a lot of wind, and a place that's been stingy with the fish to begin with ever since these anglers arrived on the scene here. Beautiful place nonetheless, but boy, I'm telling you what, these guys are having to reach for everything they've got in order to make something happen on a day when you've got to do exactly that. Let's get back out to Jeff Gustafson.
Come here. All right. We got 3.5 now.
Get that vibe of every keeper counts for a lot of these guys today.
I can go and do my thing again, but stressful. It's stressful, guys.
Brandon Card. 3 in the boat. Excuse me, 2 in the boat, I think.
The second one was quite eventful.
Oh, yeah, that was.
It was.
That was. A battle.
Not a big one right there, but real quick, if you look at the front of his boat right there, one of the things that he credited the lead to on day number 1, you look at his target lock, and what target lock is, okay, so you have your mega live transducer or your live transducer, whatever it is, okay, so on his boat, he has mega live. That transducer is not on the shaft of its trolling motor, it's on its own independent shaft. You're able to program it, Tommy, in 3 different ways. You can program it to where it will steer with your trolling motor, which would be if the transducer, if the Mega Live transducer was attached to your trolling motor, to where it is going the same direction as your trolling motor, traditionally the way it's done. The other way, it has a sweep. If you're just going straight, it will sweep left and right. But the way he was utilizing it yesterday and today is when you put that trolling motor in these waves on spot lock, when you're in rough water, you are able to program that shaft, that target lock, to you can lock right in on the fish, even though when you're on spot lock, your trolling motor's going everywhere. Your transducer, you're able to keep that Mega Live literally on the fish while you're bucking in those waves. And Brandon Card said that was a critical factor yesterday. I heard Davey bring it up earlier, and it's just good to kind of dial our viewers in on what that is used for.
One of the new releases at ICAST this year, Z, a couple anglers got it for the St. Lawrence River the week prior and was able to use that, but I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios real quick for a quick fantasy update before we end our first 3-hour show of the day. We're winding down the season. Not only are we thinking about day-to-day when it comes to fantasy fishing, but Tommy, there's 30, 40, maybe 50,000 players for Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing every single year, and at the end of the year, they have those prizes that come up for grabs, and some of those are fishing trips with guys like Mark Zona and Davey Height. Yeah. And those are top prizes. So when we think about who do you choose, the fan vote I discussed yesterday, this was the highest percentage anglers per bucket. Brandon Polnick, Seth Fighter, Austin Felix, Paul Mueller, and Kyle Welcher. The three guys in the middle, Fighter, Felix, and Mueller, all inside the cut yesterday. Meanwhile, half the fantasy fishing player base picked Brandon Polnick, and he was just outside the cut, 4 fish yesterday. Doesn't have a marshal today. I texted his cameraman who travels with him, Kyle, to see an update. Have not heard back yet if he does actually have 0 today. We'll see if he can catch a limit today and maybe sneak into that cut. But Kyle Welcher, another struggle event in Bucket E right now, 71st place after day 1, hopefully an uptick for him. But when we come to the implications of that, when we look at all of these numbers, this is the top of the leaderboard, the best of the best out of the 40 to 50,000 players, and Thunderstruck 12 is sitting in the driver's seat by about 30 to 40 points, because today, as it updates live, if you're looking at Bassmaster Fantasy Online, your team will update live. So if your guy doesn't have a marshal today, you're going to drop back because it's probably not going to have any data. But for his team, that's a pretty stout team. Taku Ito, Seth Fighter, Josh Douglas, Paul Mueller, and Jake Whitaker. Bucket E for him. That is an X factor on moving Thunderstruck 12. I say he. I assume Thunderstruck 12's a guy, but it could be a female. I do not want to discriminate on that. 1,220.
Why would you assume that?
I don't know. I like Thunderstruck. I just assumed that, I would make that my name. But anyways, 1,226 points has Thunderstruck 12, not only doing well in this event, but overall 30 points into the lead, and that's going to loom large for who gets to go fishing in Rapala Fantasy Fishing with Davey Height for the grand prize. And then obviously Mercury Drain the Lake. I'm not going to give up my hopes that I can maybe still make it and fish with Mark Zona. I'm sitting in the top 120 right now.
Ooh,
and if
see what we
some
can
of
do.
the leaderboard stays like it was yesterday, I'll move into the top 50 going in the final event. And Z, you will have to invite me to Michigan after that.
Why? Love that, Ron. I would relish that.
I don't know if you would, though. I just haven't seen
the love.
I felt the love. I know. It's been like an hour.
Nothing against Jake,
now,
but
going back to that.
Yeah.
Tommy, we have to go back to that. One disclaimer I did not put in there, and this happens. When you're on Spot Lock, it is your job. It's not Spot Lock's job. It's your job to keep your line out of that propeller.
That's one feature that's not fully developed yet. Okay, keeping it out of the.
That is not on the trolling mode.
Okay,
that is not on the trolling mode.
That's at ICAST next year.
More stuff
the
to get hung up
tangle-free
on.
trolling motor.
Yeah. Snag-free trolling mode.
Brian New with probably a keeper, but a small one.
Yeah, I think it's a keeper.
Well, you just mentioned Austin Felix, and I got a blog post sent in that he's working on a 20-pound bag. He could be leading right now.
Wow.
I don't want to weigh him in. I don't think he's 12, but I'm measuring.
You know who that helps, Tommy?
You.
And the fans.
No.
But I did pick Austin Felix for both my teams.
So did I.
Good.
That's a
Gosh,
good pick.
that's a keeper.
I was about to say about our leader there. Nothing against Jake, but that's
and gray.
That's a canny pick there. I mean, to have pick Jake and to have him lead.
Well, the one key thing for fans who were picking Oahe don't know much about this place. Whitaker had a top 20, I believe, or top 25 here last time we were here, and so he was one of the 5 highest finishers from who's currently fishing elites now.
You don't throw a keeper back.
Brian New getting the job done today for sure so far.
If you got to kind of watch Bass Track and Bassmaster Live yesterday, obviously there was a big time early flurry with lighter winds yesterday, but a lot of especially the guys that you're looking at right there, Brandon Card, Brian New, Patrick Walters, a lot of their damage was done after our midday break. And one of the things that obviously there was some light bags yesterday, but there was a lot of just solid 16 to 18 and a half pound stringers that we did not see at the end of Bassmaster Live yesterday.
Our lower flights guys fish all the way up to the final flight, fish all the way up to 4:30 local time, Central Time. So for many of our anglers, there's a lot of opportunity left on this day.
Normally we have Bassmaster Live starts up 30 minutes maybe after takeoff.
Or an hour
ends,
sometimes.
Yeah, and then ends 30 minutes. We're either starting at takeoff or ending at weigh-in. This week we're starting with takeoff, so there's about an hour from when our show ends that people are running back for that 3 o'clock check-in, but another 90 minutes for that final flight of anglers, which could be so key. That's why for yesterday, with it not being as windy as people thought, if you could take advantage of that long day, it was very key. But today, being able to get out there, that nullifies it. You're able to flip the field and both have a long day.
Well, and as predicted, what we talked about at the opening of Bassmaster Live today will be to watch how much the lake grows. We're supposed to see winds really crank up after our live mix as we go into the Dave and Davey show. When we come back from our break is when it should start gassing it's supposed to rip out of the north. It still has a little bit of west in it right now, and that should not be the case around noon.
Looking at I'm just going to jump ahead of myself, looking at day 3 and day 4 forecasts.
Scoping around and hopefully
it looks beautiful.
Stumble across
wind-wise
4 more decent ones. It hasn't been great this morning, which honestly I didn't really expect it to be. I mean, I was hoping for it to be, but man, it's so random here. You can't really expect to really catch them. Catch them. I know he's got to be bigger than, I know he's bigger than that one, but he's got to be a keeper. I mean, we ain't catching much, but I mean, that is a limit, if you want to call it that.
We will call it a limit. Brian New. Achieving an important goal for today, catch 5 keepers, and he has done that. Let's take a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. And Brandon Card, right where he started the day, although he had fallen during the course of this morning, has been able to claw back his position on top there, just ounces ahead of Jake Whitaker, who's had a big day number 2. Taku Ito. Never take your eyes off of that guy when we were around the smallmouth, and there's Brian New. Lee Livesey, who's already won this year on a place that couldn't be more different. Lake Fork.
Won twice this year.
That's
crazy.
That's
he can
right.
win 3 times in a year. That would be impressive.
Unbelievable. Well, the live mix will continue our live coverage here. Just moments away after that, Dave and Davey, Mercer and Height will take over on location in Mobridge, South Dakota for a great hour's worth of coverage. And of course, we'll be back after that to take you all the way up to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That's when the weigh-in begins.
Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Well, it's just, they're not big ones, but there's like, I've got some places like shallow like this you can catch some, but they're just not like, they're not the winners. So, but I just need like, just one, I got one that's like just one side of the tip, just barely hit 12 and it's skinny and like, I caught it in 30 feet. I just don't really want to be hauling it around, and I want to get rid of that, and then I'll probably be good for tomorrow and good for the Classic, so. But, yeah, not good. Yeah, kinda. And there was a few fish there, but like Benton caught two, but like I marked a few, but they just were not, barely even like wanting to look at my bait. I'm gonna get back on that program here, but I just wanna knock this off. But I got one other spot that's probably better than this, just up a couple miles up, and it'll be kind of calm there, so I should just run there and get this done, but. Okay, let's go. That was a good stop. Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice rig. Some of those deep spots, they're just I just don't think they like all the boats on them and that. They're just, when it's like the other day, Tuesday afternoon, I mean, it was as fast as you could just drop your bait down. They're just coming up and.
Oh, he hit it. Come on, eat that thing. Not good. This place was a guaranteed fish every time. Yeah. It wasn't like a guaranteed a lot of fish, but it seems like I could pull up and get a keeper.
Let's roll. Let's roll. Roll out.
All right, nothing here.
Where did you go? Why can I not get a bite?
Brandon, do
I
you
don't
have a
understand this
wife
jig.
or kids or anything? I mean, I figure not, but there's some guys that start early. What? Yeah. What? Way too early. Dang it, boy. It is stingy today. Yeah,
Why? How the hell do you not get it?
What you got, Lehu? Dude, it's garbage today. I got 3 12-inchers, legitimate 12-inchers.
B.A.S.S. Two six.
If I can ever see him on this live scope, I can take this live sonar jig head. With it being tungsten, it shows up like a ball of fire, so it's easy to see my bait. Even with the wind and stuff, that wouldn't be an issue as to putting my bait on the fish. As it is right now, it's just finding a fish to put my bait on. was literally a fish right there. I thought I had one. Yeah, there was one sitting there, and I put it right on him, and it got hung up. I thought she done sucked it on in. Come on, fish. Show yourself. Come on, fish, where you at?
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage here in South Dakota. Of course, the Mount Rushmore State. Second trip for the Elite Series to the great state of South Dakota. And both times we visited Lake Oahe. This is day number 2. Moving day, as Tommy Sanders always calls it. Gotta stay inside the top 47 to keep your tournament alive. And speaking of moving, the biggest mover of the day so far, the very first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series event, Chris Johnston, with another good day today atop the leaderboard with 36 pounds, 11 ounces. Hard to believe. Right now, he has basically a 6-pound lead. But remember, it is early in the day, a lot of fishing left to go, and we have to remember about half our field doesn't have a marshal. So pay attention to that leaderboard. Weigh-in's going to be really exciting here today. Hey, speaking of today, let's jump in with our Toyota Midday Report. I'm joined by Davey Height, and Davey Height once again donning the Kenora dinner jacket. Jeff Gustafson looks very, very comfortable again today, but not as easy as it seemed yesterday.
Certainly not as easy for him, and some of our other anglers that had great days yesterday and got it done early and often today. A lot slower start, but a lot of fishing time to go. And you and I were talking about this offset this morning. Gussie seems to be very calm, even though it's been a slower day for him. He's doing just fine. He's got a lot more time to fish.
Let's go.
Drew Cook had an incredible start to this tournament, and statistically, he is a comeback guy. Not having to come back in this tournament, though.
Yeah, what a great start yesterday. I was able to talk to him after he weighed those fish there with you yesterday, and man, he caught his weight in about 20 minutes, I'd say, yesterday. A lot more difficult for him today.
He said on stage yesterday, I did not suck today, so puts him in a good spot. Let's hope he doesn't suck again here on day number 2.
Brian New, another angler. I mean, we keep saying this. We've got cameras with the guys that had great days yesterday, and it has been slower for several of them, including Brian New. Good start yesterday, a lot slower today, but there again, Brian New is typically catching them better on the second day. I think it'll happen it'll be a little later in the day.
Your day 1 leader, Brandon Carr, trying to chase down his first ever Elite Series title.
Yeah, Brandon Carr didn't get it done quite as quick yesterday, but a little mechanical difficulties. He only really fished about half the day, so a little slow for Brandon Carr also today, but hopefully this hour with me and you together will bring these guys some luck. Let's check out Drew Cook.
And as you can see, it's what some people may call a little sporty out there today, Davey Height.
Yeah, I think I heard Gussie say that this morning about it was getting a little sporty, and Drew Cook dropped down the leaderboard a little bit in 7th, but he is hooked up now.
I know it's a bass. I done seen him.
No. Come here. No. Oh my gosh, Drew. Whatever, he's in here now.
Doesn't have to be pretty. They all score the same.
As long as you get him in that live well and bring him to the scale, that's for sure. Drew had only 3 fish before this one, so certainly going straight to the bottom line. Move him up the leaderboard.
It'll end up being about 2.5. It's not very big.
It's just really incredible from one day to the next how easy it was for Drew Cook yesterday morning, and basically was done fishing in 30 minutes, 45 at the most. And today, a very different day for him.
very, very valuable keeper there for Drew Cook. Having a great tournament and a great season, just showing how his game has evolved. He used to be a guy that you kind of counted on when we're down south, but obviously our most northern stop of the year, and he's representing in a big way this time.
Yeah, he's been among the Angler of the Year leaders his whole time on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but like you mentioned, kind of struggled a little bit up north. Not a lot, but just a little bit. And we saw our reigning Angler of the Year, Seth Fighter, kind of had just the opposite, but maybe struggled a little bit in Florida to start the season. Had a much better start last year. I think he worked on that, southern swing a little bit and won AOI. Maybe it'll happen for Drew Cook.
Davey Height, riddle me this. Why is this fishery that is so remote? I mean, there you see nobody on the shoreline. Why is this proving to be so tough for our anglers this time around?
So we've been to the St. Lawrence River. Bassmaster was going there even before I started fishing the tournament trail. A lot of history there, a lot to research. And even if you had not been there, you could research and find out a lot about what you need to do to catch those smallmouth. Coming here, you really don't have all that history. And I think these anglers are learning more about this fishery each and every day. 370,000 acres is a big place. And these smallmouth are always a little tricky, especially when you have the difference in water levels like we've had coming here. So a lot going on, different types of bait fish. They really seem to be keyed into smaller bait, although you hear the anglers talk about big bait being here and a lot of it. So, just a lot more to learn. But these guys are the best in the business. I think as the tournament progresses, you'll see more success among the guys that we have the cameras with. But then also, if we come back here, I think you'll see guys figuring this place out more and more.
Some of them have started to figure it out. One of those is our day one leader, Brandon Card. I mean, he's had a great Elite Series career, former Rookie of the Year, 5-time Classic qualifier, but he has been so close to an Elite Series title so many times in the past. Is this his week? Currently sitting in third place and out on the water with him live right now.
You know what? Yeah, this has been the complete opposite of yesterday. Just I don't know. I'm seeing a fair amount of fish, not like a bunch of fish on my Mega Live. There he is. I just threw over there on one on Mega Live and he nailed it. Feels like a good one. Let's try not to get him wrapped up in the trolling motor. God, he thumped it. It's just weird. It's like he just hadn't been biting good today. He actually feels like a drone. It's fighting really weird. Oh, it's a catfish. I knew it was fighting kind of weird there for a little bit. Oh well. Yeah, he hit it really hard. That's why I was thinking, like, man, he was aggressive. No wonder, catfish.
Out to a 4-box, Drew Cook, Brandon Card, KJ Queen, and Jeff Gustafson.
I've got to mention that Drew Cook and Brandon Card yesterday were the men of the hour, or men of the day, and Drew Cook's first fish this morning was a catfish, and Brandon Card's just a few hours behind him.
And we'll run some other spots. I got about 6 areas that have schools, but this was my best, and I just kept thinking they're going to turn on because I'm seeing them on my Mega Live, but they're just not wanting to bite today on this spot. Yesterday it was the complete opposite. It was just one of those epic days. So I'm not going to just live and die on this spot. I mean, I'm probably going to leave here in about 30 minutes and go run some new stuff, or not new stuff, but run those other spots. So that's the plan anyways. Hopefully they'll be biting on the other spots. I feel like this area will get good again later in the week, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. I mean, there was so much life here yesterday. I don't see how it couldn't fire back up, but for whatever reason today, it's just not firing.
Brandon caught yesterday, made it seem easy, just like Drew Cook and even Gussie. Brandon using a lot of drop shots, shad-shaped worms, Ned rig with a little Senko. Just talking about this fishery and the winds and the southern wind until yesterday, and then it blew not as hard as predicted, but today a northern wind really kicking up this afternoon. And with the bait fish being the predominant forage, smallmouth love to swim, and I mean, I think they're curious. You catch them a foot deep in August, or they're natural born hunters, and I think they're curious also. But when they get dialed in on certain types of bait, I think they could move miles overnight. Following these schools of bait fish. So talk to some of the anglers saying, you see these bait balls that look like big balls of herring, and that would be okay. Then there's this certain size bait ball that I don't know what bait it is, but when they come by, every fish that you've got on Mega Live will just swim away with them, just following them. Just incredible how dialed in they seem to be on certain bait fish.
It's either really aggressive bass or something else.
It's not legal in these tournaments, but I can't help but think about it. And very rarely is this the case. Very rarely do I go to a fishery where I say,
I know what you're going to say.
If they could troll, I think it'd be really interesting, because I mean the walleye tournaments that they have there, a big fishery like this, you're covering a lot of water. You can hang that bait far from your boat.
So that's not what I thought you were going to say, but I think what I'm thinking and you're thinking, if we put them together, troll and Alabama rig, which is totally illegal. I'm not saying it should be legal, but this type place, you talking about relocating those fish each and every day, you could cover so much water, and they seem to be really dialed in on these groups of bait fish.
I'm a believer in if you're going to do something, do it right. I mean, if you're going to break one rule, you might as well, if you're going to troll, throw an Alabama rig, and while you're doing it, call your friend and ask him for some advice on this body of water. Not legal at all.
No. Oh, boy.
But I honestly think it's the first fishery while I've worked for Bass that I've ever thought that, because it's so much, even the long lining thing and stuff like that, it's so much. We're so used to seeing guys get to an area and capitalize on that one small area, get the spot within the spot.
Yeah.
But just the way these fish just constantly move, get a bucket of chicken and go trolling.
And the thing, we both get to talk to the fishermen a lot, before the tournament starts and in the afternoons after they weighed in. And it's so interesting that the guys that didn't catch them yesterday were saying these fish just don't relate to the rocks and the structure like they do on some of these other lakes. That's the guys that didn't catch them yesterday. The guys that caught them, I heard several of them say, it's the same deal. They're just not on every rock, but they're relating to those. But then this morning they go back and there's no fish to be found. They're like, they're not relating to my rock. It's just really, they do it, but I think it has to be, and where we saw Jay Shakir win the last event, bait is always a key. Some places more than others, some scenarios you realize it more than others if the bait's up off the bottom and you can clearly see them so much better. But bait, food and cover is always a key, and it's rarely one or the other. It's usually a combination of the two.
Do you think the struggles we've experienced this week, or a lot of our anglers, we have not experienced any struggles? I mean,
you did. Your clothes just got here yesterday.
That's true. That's true.
But by the way, you're dressed nicely today.
Oh, I got so much clothes. The struggles we've seen on the water, do you think that's a direct result of the combination of you've got pelagic fish that are always moving, and then you've got anglers that have zero experience almost on this body of water? So what makes the Johnsons so good on the St. Lawrence River is when it blows out of this direction, they know where to go. Yeah. Well, if it goes from the total opposite direction, they've already figured out where they need to be in most situations.
Yeah. And that's certainly part of it. And then the other is, you know, practice they had a southern wind, and like I say, then it changed to the north. And, you know, maybe, I guess we talked about this a little yesterday. I guess Jason Kurrick's probably got more experience here than anyone, and that's not a whole lot when you're 14 years old. Just kidding, obviously. But, and then maybe Douglas, you know, there's just not a lot of guys that have a lot of experience here. So when that wind turns around 180 degrees, it's going to throw you a curveball. Especially when they're keyed in on baits. You know, goby, I don't think they live on the bottom. They just kind of lay around.
Yeah.
They get fat and they get eaten. A lot of these bait fish that these guys are talking about this week are way up off the bottom, and the wind really affects. And we talk about the wind pushing the bait fish to certain areas. I think it pushes them some, but it also, they swim with the current or against the current. That's the nature of certain bait fish. It's not like they can't help but be blown to the southern bank. They naturally go with that because of the plankton and the algae and all that sort of stuff.
Anglers out on the water and being put to work here today. That our day one leader, Brandon Card, but we got some movers. We got some movers coming from the back of the pack, and don't you think that Lee Livesey is not a smallmouth angler? He is our marathon peak performance, and as you can see, Davey Height, biggest bag of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at Lee Livesey, 18 pounds, 10 ounces today with the conditions we have. Absolutely great. But he's a prime example of what we were just talking about. You give these great anglers a little more time on this body of water, and they're going to show you why they're great. They're going to adapt, and they're going to adjust and move up the leaderboard, just like our marathon peak performer, Lee Livesey.
Lee Livesey, already 2 wins this year, one in the Opens, one in the Elite Series. He's a 4-time Bassmaster winner, and he would love...
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to On Location coverage here in South Dakota, the birth state of one Brock Lesnar. There's some unofficial Striker Daily trivia for those of you wondering. Mobridge, South Dakota, the site of our 8th stop of the 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series. Atop the leaderboard, Chris Johnston with 36 pounds, 11 ounces. And as we've become accustomed, when the Johnstons are in play, so is Takumi Ito. He's moved into second place with our Phoenix Boats, a big bass of the day so far. Our day one later, Brandon Card slipped to third. Jake Whitaker having a great event. Lee Livesey, don't think he's just a largemouth angler. Spent a ton of time smallmouth fishing this last year, and really you see a lot of these anglers, it's like an evolution. You can't compete here on this level, at the top level, and just not have smallmouth as part of your arsenal. Davey Height, let's get out on the water right now, and Drew Cook, one of those guys who's showing he knows a thing or two about smallmouth bass fishing. And a thing or two about stability, really. Davey Height, it blows me away. Why
Conditions are
do
fabulous.
Elite Series pros?
As you can see, if I could stay up there, I think I could catch some, but I can't hardly get up there, and I can't stay up there whenever I do get up there. It's made this a lot more difficult, that's for sure. But we got 4, we got one little bitty one. So hopefully we can get us 2 more and get going.
To your point about stability, I've certainly been in tournaments where you couldn't stay on the front deck even with your butt seat up there.
Yeah.
So, but good for Drew Cook that he is one of the few that we've got on camera that's actually using that. But I like this. I like this. It doesn't seem like we see it as much as we once did. Mother Nature has been very kind to us the last few years, for the most part.
Any good ones?
on the Elite Series, but this is
swimmer?
all part of the game.
How deep over there? Okay.
It just amazes me that, like, is it a machismo thing? They won't, like, you see them wobbling around there. The Reba
They
wobbles, and they won't put a butt seat. I mean, they come with every bass boat.
You're like, it don't work?
So that is
What you
Drew
got?
Benton, Drew Cook's roommate.
Seven. You caught 3 2-pounders?
But back to that same point, is you can't help but talk about it when you see the waves that Drew Cook is dealing with there. I promise you, I've been in Bassmaster tournaments where you couldn't think about, even with a butt seat up there, staying on front of the boat, you had to fish from the lower, where the two seats are, or on the deck, back farther on the deck than he is on your knees. You literally could not. And don't even think about putting your trolling motor in the water because it was absolutely useless. So there's several things. It's just being able to, boat control is one thing, handling, but also do you move to another area to try to get in a little calmer water where you can use your electronics a little better. I mean, I've got Mega Live on my boat, but I think it's cool to see times when you can't use it. Tomorrow you'll have to, when the wind calms down, hopefully, and it's forecast to do that, you'll need it. But there's times that, qualifying for the Classic, winning Rookie of the Year, winning Angler of the Year, it shouldn't all be slick, calm, beautiful, perfect days. You should deal with some adversity.
There's a bunch of, like, those ones I caught over there on it. I don't know if they'll be in there still with this wind, but do a quick little couple casts.
Because even at I want to hear you for sure, but even at a club tournament level, I was there, you were there. I mean, we all kind of come up through the ranks. You have to deal with those things. You have equipment failures like we saw some of these elite pros have yesterday. You're going to have days where, the wind blows. You're going to have all these things. You have to learn those and learn from those experiences throughout your whole tournament fishing career. One big thing that would be on my mind right now, because it's about that time of day, you start calculating how much time am I going to allow to run back. Whether you're Patrick Walters, who has run about 70 miles, 60, 70 miles or so one way, or some of these other anglers have run 40 or so. You want to stay in your best area as long as you can, but you can't risk being a few minutes late, being a 1 pound per minute penalty.
And we had so many anglers on stage mention it, and backstage we heard anglers. That weather got in a lot of people's heads, and they came. Seth Fighter being one, Patrick Walters being another. So you wonder, are you after coming back too early yesterday?
No,
it kind of leans to you maybe coming back.
No, I think there'll be a few guys late today just because of that. I think you're exactly right. There'll be a few guys say, I wasted 30 or 45 minutes yesterday, and today it doesn't look much worse than it was yesterday. And I hope that's not the case, but you're right. I thought about that this morning. It's setting up to be that.
One thing that kind of shocks me, and I know the water's down. I know it's a different lake this year. Why have we not seen anybody anywhere near the shore other than Takeoff? Is this just exposing the addiction that these anglers have to forward-facing sonar? I mean, there has to be some shallow.
No, I agree. But I think Gussie and these anglers, understandably so, don't talk a whole lot about, the depth range. They'll be like, between 12 and 40, that sort of thing. But I try to pay attention on day 1 and day 2 because I don't even ask them, what depth are you really targeting? Because, I get it. They don't want to tell the whole world. But how long it takes them to get a fish up, or when they reel their bait up, does it take them like 40 winds or 12? And I noticed Gutsy, I don't think he's fishing very deep. I think he's fishing, 10-foot range quite a bit. And a couple of these other anglers also.
But I mean specifically, not just depth, but the bank. Like, they're smallmouth bass. I mean,
yeah. If we were at the St. Lawrence right now, there would be guys
on the
fishing
bank.
3 feet of water on the bank. You're right. Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that. Probably, like you mentioned, it's just came off of the greatest smallmouth tournament ever at the St. Lawrence River, and hey, if you're not using forward-facing sonar, you're not going to compete.
Getting hooked on that forward-facing sonar smack. I mean, it'll mess a man's mind.
So it's funny you say that, too, because they just had the high school championships on Lake Hartwell. Big shout-out to Neil Paul. 300-plus boats.
Wow.
And a friend of mine's son was in that event from South Carolina, not far from home, and he said a guy walked by another young angler, high school angler, and looked at his son that he knew did not have any type forward-facing sonar. They simply can't afford it. There's a lot of people like that. That's cool. I mean, I understand. And he told the boy, if you're not scoping, you just hoping. And the tournament was won on the bank with largemouth. The people weren't even dreaming of using forward-facing sonar. So you can get that, get that feeling that, we've got to do this. We've got to look at them all the time.
Yeah, one of the most important things with that, you talk to anybody who's had a level of success with it, is knowing when to walk away from it, knowing when to just fish.
When Patrick Walters, I guess when he won the Lake Fork tournament, it really got the whole world talking about forward-facing sonar. And I'll never forget that. Like, I saw his dad that day. It was Saturday when Patrick had such a big lead, and Patrick's dad saying, I stand right beside him and I can't see what he sees. Just because someone's having success doing something doesn't mean that everyone is going to.
Just trying to
be that successful.
Get one more real keeper, and then we'll try getting on the deep program again. But tough go so far for me. Got lots of time to make it can happen quick, but come on. Love when you just pull it out of the locker and there's a little wind knot.
Another dilemma with the wind blowing. Using light braid, you'll get a wind knot.
Not good. Done.
There's been a lot of chatter about the Kenora dinner
too, I
jacket.
think.
To be clear.
Oh.
That's a different one today, isn't it?
Yes.
His luggage must have arrived.
Oh,
He's
no,
got
I just broke the line.
colors.
Jeez. See it floating there still. You gotta be kidding me. Oh.
Did he have a fish on?
How does that even happen?
I think it was just the wind knot, but he left the line out, and he was trying to get the wind knot out, but he broke his line after he got it out.
No idea what happened there.
He just didn't want to lose his rig.
Or maybe he just has no idea what happened there.
How should we know if he doesn't know?
What I was trying to clarify is, to be clear, the traditional Kenora dinner jacket is red, but I mean, he's a man of many colors. As
Sarah texted you that, didn't she?
No, it's caused quite a stirring at home, it seems. Don't listen to anything else I say, but I talk about the Kenora dinner jacket. I mean, I told you, it's a multifaceted fashion device. Perfect pockets on the front. You can fit exactly 2 beers in each pocket.
Who decides that only the red one can be a Kenora dinner jacket?
Exactly.
Who
we live
made
in
that
a world
rule?
of diversity.
Mr. Canora? I mean, who made that rule?
It's easy to make rules at home. It's easy to make rules at home. But anyways, I digress. Enough about the Kenora dinner jacket. Let's do one of my favorite things. One of my favorite parts of Bass Live, Striker Daily Trivia. Striker Daily Trivia, but that beautiful aerial shot of this incredible part of the country we're in. Which South Dakota state record fish was not caught on Lake Oahe? Atlantic salmon, blue catfish, Chinook salmon, or D, the gizzard shad?
I can't believe you threw gizzard shad in there.
Don't shade on the gizzard shad. Striker Daily Trivia. Get the answer when we're back.
I got this one.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Welcome back to South Dakota, the 8th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. When last we talked, we were talking about Striker Daily Trivia, and we have spent a lot of time cramming and wondering and trying to come up with the answer. And we'll give it to you in a few seconds here, but that's a beautiful aerial shot of our playing field, 270 miles of water. But let's get into Striker Daily Trivia. Once again, the question is, which South Dakota state record fish was not caught on Lake Oahe? A, the Atlantic salmon. B, blue catfish. C, Chinook salmon. D, gizzard shad. I am a gentleman, so Davey Hyde, I'll let you go first.
Well, thank you so much. I've seen a lot of catfish this week, but I have not seen a blue catfish, so I'm going with B, blue catfish.
Well, you took B, so I'm going to go A, Atlantic salmon. I don't know that they have any Atlantics here, but I don't know that they... Oh, I hate when Davey Hyde always beats me.
A lot of talk about catfish here this week, and I'm a cat fisherman. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed doing that growing up, and I still do it with my friends at Santee Cooper's, but blue catfish.
I got catfished on that one. Now out on the water to the Great Canadian Snow Leopard. Jeff Gustafson just moved in shallow. It was like he was listening to us. Wearing shoes today, so it's a little inclement, you can tell.
Definitely a bite. Oh, came back. You know, talking with the anglers, again, that's what we do. When I'm not out on the water or not here talking with you, seems to be a lot of real, when we see it, seen it yesterday and today, a lot of small, like 11 to 13-inch fish, and then just a lot of solid 3-4 pounders. Here we go.
Unreal.
Hopefully a lot bigger one.
I'm going for the boat flip here, I think.
Now, hopefully this is the start of what we heard yesterday, that once you get a couple bites, like they go nuts.
Nice. It's not a big one, but big for today. All right. I'm in 5 feet of water, just pounding, the boat's making so much noise, and they don't seem to care, but we're getting rid of the half bass, so that's good. Come here. Yeah, good luck catching this little thing. That's pitiful, but we got rid of her. Okay, happy. Hopefully, not that I'm satisfied, but hopefully that's enough to at least get to fish tomorrow. And we'll just keep chipping away. We got lots of time still. This wind is challenging. All right,
So is that compartment.
Yeah, those shocks on those compartments facing straight into a 20-mile-an-hour wind. It's challenging. I want him to get back out there.
Yeah. Gussie, 2 quick bites back to back, and as you were talking about, some smaller fish, some bigger fish, they were mixed together. And let's hope that they start biting all around the lake right now. And over to Brian New, who earlier today explained today's conditions as garbage.
Wow.
Hooked up.
Please be a smallmouth.
Yeah. Hope this is not a catfish, because this is something big. See another angler there close by. Can't quite. Oh yeah. It's a smallmouth.
Oh, I hate you. Thank you, Jesus.
That's another thing, the wind adds to the package.
Oh,
Boy,
thank
that
you,
sure
Jesus.
helps,
He ain't that big, but he's a lot bigger than a 12-incher. Thank you, Jesus.
Big call for him.
Oh, man. That was a relief.
He's got 2 1-pounders in his box, so
Big,
lots
big
of room to move.
Yep.
Does it matter? Oh no, he's pretty skinny. Yeah, he's way over. He's way over. I want to throw that one back, but dang, it's like he's way longer
For those
than
you're
the rest of
wondering,
them.
we didn't see any of those in our last event, but that is a measuring stick. Now over to Drew Cook. Already won Elite Series title earlier this year and joined the Bassmaster Century Club and hooked up again.
Solid fish there for Drew Cook. Will help him.
Dang, I barely had him.
Wow, you say that victory earlier this year. It seems like so long ago. Santee Cooper Lakes, the folks at Clarendon County. A great event. Drew Cook sight fishing lily pads. Yeah, just what better conditions for him. And that's what he grew up loving to do and still loves to do it.
Oh, gosh.
Really improved his smallmouth game, as you were talking about earlier.
It's hard to believe that we've had 3, I mean, this is our 8th event, but coming into this event, 3 out of 7 events were won by over 100 pounds this year.
On our
big shout out to Eric Lopez for A great schedule.
And our coil markers.
And about every angler that came here and pre-fished last summer this same week said this could be another one.
Back over to Gussie. The pride of Kenora, Ontario. I mean, he really is, when you say that about people, but just knowing him as long as I have, it's amazing the community that's around him. Like, he hooked up again.
What do you mean by that? Just as fan following?
You go to Kenora, like you run into people in airports.
Pretty sure that's
and
not.
somebody says something, like anything comes up about Kenora and fishing, and they're like, do you know Gussie? Like, he is a local, like everybody. It's that, it's really that feel good, you know.
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone that meets him, I'm sure, is going to be a fan for life.
When he was a teenager, so arrogant, big skateboarder, was just spray painted buildings, did all. No, he did none of that. No, he's really nice his whole life.
Because we are getting rid of these too. Both identical 141.
Gussie Cullen for
oh well.
Critical ounces.
Better than what I had.
But catching them. From Jeff Gustafson, we'll go live. Look at Drew Benton. That camera is actually on the other Drew's boat. Drew Cook's boat is shooting Drew Benton. They're side by side right now. Trying to get inside the cut line. Benton has had a lot of coverage this week for not having a camera boat. When you think about it, he got a little coverage with Gussie yesterday, some coverage here with Cook, but that's not all. Who says just because you don't have a camera person in your boat, you can't be the power pole replay of the day, Davey Hyde? This is unheard of. Have you ever seen this happen?
I have not. I mean, we've covered a lot of great catches, and unfortunately for some, a lot of great losses, and that's all part of being the power pole replay of the day. But this is a first for me. Drew Benton, he was catching them close to his good friend Drew Cook and maybe some other guys. But the power pole replay today from an aerial shot. Thank you, Wes. Drew Benton, you're our power pole replay today, and now he's also got. He's in the talk, the Angler of the Year. He's quietly snuck up there to be in the conversation.
That aerial shot gives you a real good idea of what these guys are dealing with. You don't get to see the size of those waves until you get outside of the boat. But man, that is your power pole replay of the day.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
3 hours left in this fishing day for our anglers in the first flight. At any rate, those in the later flights have a good, more extensive time to fish on this day at the Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe. This is the all-important day number 2. This is moving day. You have to be in the top 45. Top 47, excuse me, at the end of the day if you want to continue on in your campaign to win this 8th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. And look at Chris Johnston. Oh, man, that's trouble for everybody right there, of course, with a good lead, too, ahead of Taku Ito, who also surged during the latter part of the morning today. Jake Whitaker has had a good day all day long. Brandon Card started the day with the lead. He fell down in the lower part of the top 10. He's back up in the top 5 now. Drew Cook, and right now let's go for our Yamaha midday report. Kind of fill you in on what we have seen today.
Taking a look at this Yamaha midday report, Tommy, before we went to break, I said you better keep your eye on one of those Canadians besides Jeff Gustafson. Gussie, And definitely seeing that transpire here today. Chris Johnston with a big bag, but really watching. We're gonna dare to compare this here in a little bit, but Gussie starting off in a big way yesterday on day number 1, and one of the reasons why we chose to put a camera with him, this style of fishing, which is pretty much walleye fishing 101 when you're up in Canada. But here's the problem. Those schools that a lot of these anglers thought would reload, so far, not the case. A little bit slow for Gussie, but he does have his 5 bass limit. Yamaha Midday Report.
19.9 yesterday for Gussie. He's got a ways to go to get there today. Let's talk about Brian New. Brian New started this day in 5th place with 19 pounds and 5 ounces and was a little slow like everyone else. It took a lot longer today to sort of get situated, get dialed in, just in the most elementary way.
Yeah, about 2 hours and 15 minutes into the day, Brian New, who was in our top 5, still had 0 bass in the live well, caught a lot of 12-inch fish to get his day started, but that's the key though. Some of these guys will not come in with 3 or 4 fish. They may have just 0, 1, or 2. So to have a limit for Brian New, that kind of maintains the fact he will make the cut and fish tomorrow, but he has higher aspirations that he wants to stay in this top 10.
Exactly right. Coming into day number 2, probably the most confidence of anybody we have a camera with, Drew Cook saying, I am on the mother lode. I saw him with my front-facing sonar. I saw him with my eyeballs suspended right under my boat. It has not been as electrifying as it was yesterday. Drew Cook saying he was done, totally done fishing on that exact spot by 8:15 on day number 1. Well, that has not been the case, but he does have a 5 bass limit in his live well, just under 10 pounds. Drew Cook hanging in our top 10.
Man that started the day with the lead at 21 pounds at 10 ounces. Kind of shocking everyone. Brandon Card with a tremendous day number 1, and day 2 did not start out on that same pace.
No, it definitely did not. Brandon Card sitting on about 6 schools of bass, said the number 1 key, like a lot of your leaders, a lot of fish in that 20 to 30 foot range must have small shad, small bait fish. Some way, shape, or form, there has to be forage on those deep points. Brandon Card still looking to finish that limit. A little bit of quality in his live well, but for the most part, Tommy Sanders, it has been a slow day number 2.
It has been a slow day number 2, but the good news is there's still plenty of fishing time left, well in excess of 3.5 hours, 4 hours for some of our anglers out here today. And welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. We're going to be with you for the next couple of hours. The weigh-in comes your way right here on Bassmaster.com at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Lots of time to get stuff done, Ronnie.
Well, yeah, and that's what Z was just wrapping up his thought about Brandon Card. The fact that Card only has 3 fish is a little concerning, but the fact that he has 2 3-pounders and a 2.5 pounder, that bodes well, because some of these anglers right behind him in the top 5 yesterday, today they only have 12 inchers. They have 1 to 1.5 pounders, so he has a little bit better quality, and he's boat 79 out of 90, which means he checks in at the latest possible time today, so that's going to be key for him, maximizing every minute of possibility today. As long as he makes it back, he could be in a good situation.
Z, the guys who made the big moves today, the Chris Johnstons and so forth, everyone else who's come from way off the pace here, what does that portend for tomorrow? Are we going to have a really sort of a different sort of show tomorrow?
Well, I think the standings right now are fairly obvious, right? If you really look at, we're dealing with very, very squirrely acting fish out deep. You're going to see guys that just know tricks, smallmouth tricks. You see Taku Ito rising up the leaderboard today. Look for him to be in the top 5, in my opinion, all the way to the end of the weekend with the way these fish are acting, combined with how they're acting with rough water conditions. Cannot stress this enough. You knew it some way, shape, or form, Tommy, a Johnston was going to rise today with these conditions. Oddball schools of smallmouth out deep combined with big waves. That is exactly what we've seen so far from Chris Johnston. Another one to look for him to make his way through the weekend.
Absolutely.
Bassmaster Live.
Yes, sir.
One of the most deadly anglers on the Elite Series. That's why he's Progressive Angler of the Year, Brandon Polinick. He's also one of the best smallmouth anglers in the world. Shocking news today. He doesn't have a marshal, but I've talked to his cameraman, Kyle, who travels with him across the country. 1 bass for 1.5 pounds still. So today is the day.
Which would have him in what position? Right.
I mean, obviously there's a lot of zeros below that cut line because of the lack of marshals, but I will say that for Polinick having just 1, he's not going to gain any ground, and he's going to only give points back to Benton and to Chris Johnston, who are now the new second and third place anglers in Angler of the Year. So the fact that they can't gain that many points being in the top 10, but he can give away a lot of points being dead center of the pack. If he doesn't make any finishes in the 60s or 70s, that's an extra 20 points he's given back to the field.
And I'm going to tell you, that paints a picture, man. He is one of the best smallmouth fishermen on planet Earth, period. Brandon Polinick is one of the best. You saw a lot of names at the bottom of our standings after day number 1 that are smallmouth hammers that struggled. This is a solid body of water, but I'm going to tell you, if you go back to when Mark Daniels won here, granted, whatever conditions these guys faced last year when they were catching 24 to 26 pounds every day, pre-practicing, scouting the lake, that is not when pressure was on this lake. This lake does not perform well under pressure, and it's exactly what we saw the last time we were here, and you're going to see by the end of this tournament.
Out live right now with Jeff Gustafson, who certainly has been through a trying day, a day demanding some patience out there for sure, as we even saw him move a good bit shallower during the course of this morning, just to get some better conditions and maybe catch some more fish. So he's going to try. He'll be back at the deep program soon enough, and he may be on it now.
Z's mentioned it, and we've seen it in past years, especially on his show, on the Elite Series as well. When the wind and when the weather is bad, it seems that smallmouth bite. Now, obviously, for the angler aspect of it, staying on your spot, staying with a school of fish, especially fish that are on the move, that's the more difficult thing. But when they bite in the wind, that's key. So some of these guys, they're going to be looking forward to tomorrow, where it's less than 10-mile-an-hour wind. But some of the guys who caught them in the wind today, what are they going to do tomorrow, Z? Are they going to be able to dial it in even more? Or are they going to have to downsize things because of the lack of weather tomorrow?
I think the guys that catch them today and get through today, especially with better than average size stringers, are going to be miles ahead in this tournament.
Yeah.
Because you're going to see some guys really fall off. So I'm saying for the victory, you're going to see some guys that caught them. It's how we open the show. You're going to see a lot of the leaderboard flip-flop. You're going to, there's a lot of 10-pound bags yesterday, man. And I think you're going to see a lot of that with guys that were in that 17 to 20-pound range. Whoever can back up a 17 or an 18 with another 17 or 18 today, those are the guys that are in position. They're leading the poll.
Taco Ito just did that. He culled a smaller fish with a 3 1/4. He's up to 16 1/2. He cut his deficit to Chris Johnston under 3 pounds.
And those are two guys, Taku and Chris Johnston, that are technicians at tweaked out fish.
Well, let's go. Accomplished what we
from
wanted
adjusting their bait size to their weight size to their line size. Not that, I mean, Polinick is too, so it's kind of hard to explain on that aspect of it. But you're seeing guys that are absolute technicians, at least unofficially 1 and 2 on the leaderboard right now.
And that's why I will say, when I said it a couple tournaments ago, that for fantasy sports terms, this is the hardest sport to do fantasy sports with because of the factors and the variables. You look at a guy like Brandon Polinick, his lowest Elite Series finish this year is 26th place. 26th place is his worst finish this season. There's no way we're going to go to an all smallmouth place like Lake Oahe up in the Pacific or Midwest where he's from, and he's going to struggle. But you just don't do good work in your practice, and you can't find him. It's hard to sometimes land on him in the tournament. And that's why in fantasy, with him 50% of the people picking him, and you had less than 10% for both Johnston's and Taku Ito, that's why it's so much better to go for one of them. Not a disrespect to them, but, but they're equally as good with a lot less people picking them.
Yeah, and the other thing about Polinick is, and all of our Bassmaster Live, viewers that follow the season and the tour, is we've had a camera with Brandon for obvious reasons. He's been in the top 10 every event, it feels like. Talking to him every single day, you knew coming into this tournament, and we spoke about this yesterday, Tommy. He said, I had a miserable practice, and I'm very, very worried about this tournament, which is something we haven't heard that from him the last 2 years.
Yeah, that's right.
He went on a stretch, I think it was like 9 or 10 days in a row with a live camera because he's been that solid. To think that his second worst finish of the year is the St. Lawrence River, that's hard pressed how good of a season he's having.
You just don't hear him say things like, I can't catch him, I can't get him to bite. You know, that's just not.
Exact word, word, Tommy. 3 miserable days.
Queen's been very slow for him. He got off to a good one.
Pretty much done. About 19
What's
that? We've kind of made a move back towards the ramp. We got about 19 pounds. And we're just kind of gave our spot to somebody that needed a fish or two, and we're making our way back, trying to keep our fish alive and not break anything. And we're just going to hit a couple spots and check in early and weigh these fish in and go again tomorrow. You know, me and Austin both got really nice bags out of the spot. Good day.
B&W trailer hitches alive on the lead. Leave us kind of out of nowhere. Just sort of dropping in there on us there. But yeah, what a day he has had. Almost 19 pounds by his account.
3 4-pounders. Pat Schlapper also jumping into our top 10 from the 50s. Livesey was 56, I think Schlapper was 52nd. He's got 4 3.5 pounders in his bass track.
It's always interesting. We've seen a lot of, at some point, every single angler on the Elite Series was a first-year pro angler. And so when we see some of the people come from the nation, you know, the Bass Nation or the Opens, you wonder how they'll handle it and how they'll be. And I will say we did not see the best that Pat Schlapper had to offer last year. So you wonder how he's going to handle year 2, what's it going to be like. And this year he has fished so good. He's in the top 20, 21 right now of Angler of the Year. Looking to make the Classic as well.
Yeah, he was a player at the Harris chain. He got it going fast.
I don't know the last time we've had the big bass of the tournament, back-to-back tournaments by an angler, but he did that this year as well. Almost 2 10-pounders.
And Caleb Kufall's weights just came in, a 412, a 4.0, and a bag of 19 pounds even. He's in second place.
Wow.
Yeah, and those leaders fishing very close to each other, really close, within a mile of each other right now.
Well, anglers on the move, leaderboards sort of auto-completing for us there as they come into range. And I'm going to take a look at that leaderboard as it stands right now. You see Caleb Kufal actually with at 19 pounds is his unofficial weight so far. So that would put him and Lee Livesey right neck and neck for the best 2 limits of the day. And Caleb Kufal coming up big time right there, right up tucked under Chris Johnston. Aku Ito, of course. Jake Whitaker hanging in there. Brandon Cook, Jeff Gustafson, Scott Canterbury, and all the rest. And no doubt that is going to change some more as these anglers get on the move heading back toward Mobridge.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Coming up at 4 Eastern Time, the weigh-in that will determine who will get to fish on the weekend for these 90 anglers, all engaged in the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe. And we only get 2 moving days like this left, and this is one of them. So the time is now. If you got a move to make, you might start thinking about making it right now. If you've got one thing up your sleeve that you think might get you over that 47th mark, now's the time to do it. Let's get back out on the water with Drew Cook. Drew Cook looking good. Drew Cook had a terrific day number 1. He's not worried about that cut, but he'd like to catch some more today.
Done trenched in to this one area almost all day long. Little bit of company there today, not a lot for the most part. He's had this area to himself. Again, key depth range is 25 to 35 feet of water. More in the elements.
Card day 1 leader, only 3 fish today. 8 pounds, 10 ounces, and he's still in the top 5.
That goes to show you how important a 21.5-pound bag will do for you when you can get it, if you get it. That's the...
Yeah, those are good around here.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Ray Hanselman Jr. showing there's some fish north of Mobridge. He's up to 14 pounds on the day.
Who was that?
22nd place, Ray Hanselman. He's maybe our furthest north angler.
Oh.
It's brutal, and it's not ideal to only catch 5. Well, it's not ideal to catch 5 keepers in a day, but for a guy like Brandon Card, every goal he has is still right in front of him. Two 3-pounders, and he's going to be in the lead. He'll be doing just fine for the tournament. It just won't look. It'll look better on paper than it was in real life. And the hopes of maybe a win, maybe gets a less confident, but he's still right there with the quality he's catching.
12 years he's been looking for that win out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Come close.
Wow, has it been that
12 years, 2012.
Wow.
He was the first angler from the college series to make the elites.
Yep, yeah.
Yes. You and I covered him in college, Tommy.
Absolutely we did. I remember covering where we covered him live at Texoma when he put on a big push on the final day and almost got there.
I was in his boat.
You were there
yes,
with him on the lake.
It was very cool to see that rise from the ashes, the bottom of the top 10 and have a shot.
Yeah.
Especially when Hackney was struggling, Casey Ashley was struggling a lot, Gerald Swindle was struggling on that final day, and he rose up and had a shot. Ross Barnett, he's done well.
A little rough stretch in the middle of this season. Santee and Chick and Lake Fork after decent showings in the first 2 events and cuts the last 2.
He dropped his boat off on the way back from Lake Fork at my house, flew home because there was like a week in between, and then flew back and drove to Pickwick, got some time with the family. But when he left his boat there, he was like, I have no idea. Those are the 3 that I was the most excited about. Being able to make cuts and do well in his home state of Tennessee and fish in Santee, and then obviously Lake Fork.
75, 76, and 84th. But this week, with his first place points, 51st to inside the classic cut, like the upper 30s right now.
Yeah.
Very important he stays around there and gets those high points.
Tommy, while we have a little lull in the action, I don't know if you noticed, Bears continued their dismantling of that league. Undefeated. All 3 phases showed up last night. That's right.
Yeah.
And preseason counts, but it counts.
Yeah, my reaction to that game, what I watched of it, I'd like to see more from both teams. I'd like to see a little bit more.
Well, that's fine. I don't.
No, I will.
And you will. You will. When you're
know.
undefeated, you'll see them on prime time. Is where you'll see them.
I know.
You'll see all you want to see of them, Tommy. So I'm sorry.
I just want more. I thrive on information. I don't.
Tom, my question.
I think it's fair to say they both were not good teams.
Not last night. No, that's why we need more info.
No.
My question is, Tom, I didn't watch the game last night, but I heard Drew Lock was out because he was sick. And
Metcalf, I don't know if Metcalf played or not.
And Geno Smith had a banged up knee. So who the heck was their quarterback? Was it Seneca
Geno
Wallace?
played some, yeah.
But he banged his knee up.
Geno played almost the whole game.
Yeah.
Played almost the whole game.
Yeah.
He was the one being chased around.
Yeah.
Ronnie, I watched it.
So
see, I watched it all.
You're saying Pete Carroll and company made a great decision by not replacing Russell Wilson with anybody. That's good.
Well, I mean, look,
it's great for my division.
With.
That's what I'm saying.
Pete himself might suit up later this season.
Honestly. Hey, it just bodes well for my division. It means we can't finish worse than 3rd.
He gets bloodied on the sidelines. What's he going to do on the field?
Bonus coverage for you there. B&W Trailer Hitches on the line. Rick Clunn, who had our lone largemouth yesterday.
I think, the one that was spoke of, it looks like he's fishing in a postcard right there. That is beautiful.
That is gorgeous, isn't it?
He's north up there.
Calm and nice there.
Several anglers around that Grand River Casino area up there. Just west of Mulbridge.
That is so awesome to look at 3 guys staring at their depth finder, and Rick Clunn absolutely just humming a spinner bait
fishing
in your right hand corner.
Just isn't that good?
Just fishing it. Just fishing it.
They're going to move.
Glenn had 13 pounds yesterday. He was 40th place. Got about half that today on a limit. He's got 612 with a limit.
We will get our full spectrum of eyes on the leaderboard next week at La Crosse. We do have, I believe, confirmed. I checked what the numbers were looking like, and we have a full field of marshals next week,
great.
plus some. We've got some on the waiting list for La Crosse area to ride for the last couple days of the elite season with these guys. These guys are fishing. That's one thing I haven't been able to do, is to ride in the boat with an Elite Series Pro in the final week of the season, as they have all of their goals they're desperately trying to accomplish, either securing AOY payout money in the top 10, classic spots, winning an event, Rookie of the Year drama. There's all kinds of different things that weigh on these guys as they have less and less days of competition for the year left.
One other little twist that you mentioned earlier, the last event went in. So there you go.
What do you think, Tommy? Think it's time?
I believe it's time. Yeah.
It is. Nice. You know, every now and then for the Mercury Dare to Compare, well, it's kind of a stretch. It really is, Tommy. I know you find that hard to believe. This one is not a stretch. We're going to go back to the future. We're going to go to yesterday with Gussie, okay? Things are happening. Getting it done with his 4-inch jerk shads, and I mean got it done. 19 pounds and 9 ounces. For the most part, fair to say, we were with him all day long. He was done. He was done at about 9 o'clock, kind of bounced around, checked some areas, made a couple upgrades. Life is good in Gussie's boat right there, catching a big bag, putting himself in the top 6 coming into day number 2. That's where things, Tommy, were magic in Gussie's boat. And then today, it's not Gussie's boat, it's Jeff's boat. Things not quite as good. Kinda lost the size. Looks a little bit like, well, the grunge scene with the flannel back in the 90s. Yesterday, he was high and tight. Things were tucked in. Watch here, a hand hook set. Let me see it. Come on,
God.
Jeff.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Yes.
Crack the whip, boy.
Okay. That's right. Grab some wood, boy. Anyway, your Mercury Dare to Compare. Jeff Gussie still finding himself in the top 10. Had to have a little fun with that. Unofficially with 9-6. Mercury Dare to Compare. Gussie to Jeff. Magic to tragic.
Jeff Gussie, magic to tragic. Tragic to magic.
Excellent.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Garmin.
Pushing on through the afternoon here on moving day, day number 2 of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe. Trying to make the top 47 spots. The man on top of everything right now is Canadian Chris Johnston, who is always going to be a favorite. When you're in the northern states going smallmouth fishing, deep, shallow, doesn't matter. He's going to be one of the favorites, and he's certainly, the chalk is playing out as we watch right now. He's in good shape. Another Canadian we have our eyes on is Canadian Jeff Gustafson. Started the day in 4th place, just under 20 pounds on day number 1. A little bit, well, a whole lot more of a struggle today.
Might have hurt us daring to compare.
Yeah, the contrast and the comparison was just amazing.
That's right.
think Dave Mercer talked to Caleb Kufal on the stage yesterday, and this is the best Caleb Kufal has ever done in a tournament where he's targeted smallmouth.
Really?
Like, I'm not sure if he weighed in multiple largemouth of the St. Lawrence River, but I know even though he's from the Midwest, he is definitely a river rat, not a smallmouth angler.
Yeah.
Which explains why we saw him at the Sabine. He wins at Gunnersville, you know, things like that. Eufaula, he was the lone shallow guy.
Who did Livesey say caught another big bag around him, 19 pounds? Was that Kufal?
Must have been Kufal.
I thought he said Felix on that call. Didn't he say like Felix?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think he said we left because the guy we were sharing it with needed like one more fish or something. And I think he said Felix. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Which it might explain it because we got a photo of Felix with a 4+ pounder boat to boat from another marshal, and I think that Livesey's marshal's been sending in photos.
So we've not got any official from Felix or.
Yeah, it just said working on a 20-pound bag.
Yeah. Just got an update from our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Polinick, his second keeper of the day, 2 for 3 pounds. It was another 1.5 pounder. And yesterday we saw him live all day and we left him with 3 fish, I think. He landed that 4th one with 10 minutes left in his day.
It
was Brian Evie posted a short little video of him doing that as they were about to head back in. So even yesterday, 4 fish was a stretch. It took all day.
We haven't heard from the likes of Mosley or Watley or Shakurat, any of those guys, so who did generally pretty fair yesterday.
And there were guys fishing in groups as well. That'll be important to know.
Come on, go.
Got some fish showing up for Cody Huff on Bass Track. A 4-pounder, a couple 3-pounders, 3 fish for 10. It's 15th. He's trying to get inside that to get a rookie inside the Classic Cut. He's right there right now. And 40th, I believe.
And he was just a few points behind Jacob Fouts.
Yeah, 45th, I believe. Oh, in the rookie race.
In the rookie race, but he started today in 32nd. So if he gets anything higher than that, he'll probably maybe chase down Jay Shakira just a little bit.
Yeah, Huff is 4 back of Fouts starting today. Fouts had a very subpar day 1.
This one may keep for Drew Cook. He's got some small ones.
Ronnie, do we have any reports from Jay Shakura?
I have not seen any, and I do believe he is one of the anglers without a marshal today. We'll keep some day 2 drama for the weigh-in for that Rookie of the Year race in terms, but I will say, even though he probably, and I'll be honest, he disappointed the Bass Live crew the first few events of the season. Cody Huff has rebounded very well the last half of the season and has gotten himself not only in the Rookie of the Year race so that we could talk about him, but into the Classic contention mark as well. And I will say, last year, as Jeff Gustafson's got one.
Small upgrade. Might have been the one that was just following that one I had. Oh yeah, 169.
Hey, how about a Skeeter Boat's big fish?
Oh.
Mark Frazier with a C. 5-pounder, our Phoenix Boat's big bass of the day.
Wow.
He had a decent day 1. He only had some small fish. He's got the 5 and 4 1-pounders,
Big
9
ball
pounds.
right there.
Look at that. Frazier, who was spotted earlier,
Chipping.
sharing a spot with John Cruz and Jake Whitaker at the starting spot this morning.
That's right.
So I don't know if he's still there or not, but that would bode well for the quality in that area. But when we were talking about the Rookie of the Year race, last year, the guy who won Rookie of the Year was down by 55 going into the last event. So
yeah,
and he had to pass 4 other anglers to do it.
4 other rookies, 8 total anglers in that final event. Yeah. Yeah. Trivia on that this year. Josh Strassner.
Got some updates trickling in as guys getting a little bit of service. I've got an update on Patrick Walters I'll deliver in just a minute as we add up that total of what his cameraman has said. I will summarize what he said, but he said, holy cow, it's so rough where we are, where Patrick Walters is. So that will factor in on his run back for sure.
And he is a long way, about as far as any of the anglers on the water today.
Well, they call it moving day. That's what this second day of the tournament is all about. And I guess we're going to recognize our Mercury move of the day, Z.
Yeah, kind of out of nowhere. Caleb Kufal from Wisconsin, renowned shallow water largemouth guy, Mercury move of the day. He caught 3 at 11:18 and 2 exactly at 12, and those are just registering.
Sure.
Yeah. Right, solid day for Caleb Kufal. 19 pounds. Probably going to have a camera with him on semifinal Saturday. Mercury move of the day, Caleb Kufal from, how do you pronounce it, Tommy?
Mukwonago?
Mukwonago. That is right around the corner of Oshwabanon.
Is that right? Oshwabanon. Yeah, okay.
Yes, it actually is.
Okay.
Mercury move of the day, Caleb
Milwaukee
Kufal.
area. Okay.
Mukwonago kid.
Yeah, Milwaukee suburb, I thought.
Yeah. Caleb Kufal, he served notice a couple of years ago. He was pretty serious. Won the Guntersville. He was second to the man on the left there, Drew Cook, earlier this year.
Yes.
Santee Cooper.
With 19 bass, broke the century mark.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
That might be the first time that's ever happened. You guys were there at Falcon when Aaron had a tough final day, but he still broke 100 because he had that after 3 days. He did have a limit that final day, though, even though it was like 16 pounds. It wasn't just 3 or 4 fish for Aaron.
I think so.
I think it's hard when they're catching 35 to 40 pounds. It's hard to tell what a 16-pound bag is.
That was like a trip to another planet.
It was, that tournament. Tommy, this is for some of our younger viewers that probably, that was back when we did, and would complain. You and I would complain doing 15-minute hooked up hits. brutal. At the end of the day.
Hey, I was thankful for those. That's where I met you.
Well, what is Mike McInnes doing to us? So, what was weird about that tournament? So those the Byron and Aaron were fishing in a creek on the U.S. side, a very popular creek.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget this, Tommy. You were in the boat with me.
Sure.
We're out off the juice hole that they were fishing right there. And do you remember this, Tommy? Just aimlessly watching a 9-pounder swim by our boat on the surface in 35 feet of water.
Isn't that weird? I've forgotten about that. That's true. That's true.
That is when you knew we were definitely on another planet.
Another planet. And they were catching multiples that size off an old butane tank under the water out there on a house foundation.
So I teased the update from Patrick Walters and his cameraman, I believe, John Scipione. I think that's how you say it. He is the one who braved the elements to go with Patrick Walters where no men have ever traveled from Mobridge to go all the way down to there. Came in with a 5-fish limit right now, unofficially 14 pounds, 2 ounces, has him in second place. He's got a 312, a 310, 2 fish that are 2.5 pounds apiece, and then a 112, which was the one we saw this morning, his first keeper of the day, 1.5 to 112. And so that's his 5 fish limit, 14 pounds and change, has him about 2 1/4 behind.
Well, there's that guy you mentioned, Z, who's stepping out and getting away from everybody. So, tomorrow will be easier to get there.
100% traveling that way, especially because tomorrow isn't just less than 10 miles an hour. It's from an east or west direction. I can't remember exactly, but it's from a sideways direction, not a vertical direction. And that's the bad weather this week is vertical wind.
I don't know if these guys were seeing her in protected areas, but it doesn't look as bad as it was being forecast.
I think that's where they're at, Such.
Protected behind a hill.
Yeah. I think the main pipe is pretty wicked right now.
Also, I will say, it is windy out there. It is pretty rough. But after 4 or 5 days of anglers talking about possibly canceling today because it's going to be so bad, that kind of builds it up in our mind even more so how strong it's going to be. It's rough for sure, but they have definitely fished in rougher.
Yes.
Just got an update as well from Seth Fighter. 5 fish, 13 pounds for him today. We'll see where that puts him. He had 15, 14 yesterday, so 28, almost 29 pounds will put him right there at the top 10 mark.
Yes.
Within the top 15.
Such, we're getting confirmation. Chris Mitchell, our friend from Bassmaster.com. Yes, I can confirm the pipe is very, very rough compared to some of the images we're seeing right now.
What do you plan that out in your day that, okay, I'm going to start here when the wind's not that high. I'm going to get in this protected area because it's going to be coming from the north.
Yes.
Looking at the map, I can see, several guys.
You have to let the fish know about that plan too, though.
If you don't have any, doesn't matter if it's calm if you're not catching any fish.
Seemed like a lot of the anglers on stage yesterday felt like Saturday and Sunday were going to be the best fish catching days of this event, kind of listening to them. See what we can do.
Absolutely. See what happens tomorrow. See what happens for the rest of today. Before we break away for just a moment or two, let's have a peek at those unofficial scores on our leaderboard, and there it is. Chris Johnston still up there with a fairly decent lead. Patrick Walters, though, has cut into it, that's for sure. Patrick Walters, all his numbers coming in on his way back. Is he on his way back, Ronnie? I'm sure he is.
Patrick Walters?
Yeah.
His cameraman is praying that he's on his way back.
That's okay. Caleb Kufal, big surge up to the top there to join Ito Whitaker, Brandon Carr, Drew Cook, Lee Livesey. Maybe the biggest limit of all today. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Couple hours fishing time for our first flighters here. More for the later flights as we push on into the to the climax of day number 2, which is very important. Have the weigh-in to determine the 47 who will fish on through the weekend, or at least starting into the weekend. Here's your TH Marine weather watch for tomorrow. High of 84 degrees, a little bit warmer, low of 62. Look at those winds, 5 to 10 out of the east. Much more favorable.
Yes.
Sunday, 90 degrees. Wow, up to 90. How about that? A low of 65. Winds even, well, about the same. South-southeast. So.
And I think that's why we have an uptick in the high temperature, is those south winds are the first day of the tournament coming in the south weather.
Yeah.
100 degrees up there a couple weeks ago.
Yep. Well, let's take this opportunity to once again visit with our pal, our two-time Bassmaster Angler of the Year, classic champ as well, the one and only Davey Height. And Davey, we got a little bit of a lull in the action right now, but does it look to you like we're going to get some more favorable conditions tomorrow? We might catch some more fish tomorrow?
I'm glad you mentioned tomorrow, Tommy, because I think the conditions will be much better tomorrow, and I think the fish catching will be better tomorrow. Can't help but talk about it. I heard you guys talking about it just a few minutes ago, but the story of the hour right now is the wind. There's no doubt. I mean, it's really picking up. Yesterday, it didn't quite blow as much as they were calling for, but making up for it today, I mean, they were spot on with the forecast. I think the local forecast that I heard on the radio was calling for, 22-mile-an-hour winds this afternoon. It might not be that now, but it's between 15 and 20, every bit of it. And that'll really affect some of the guys coming back in.
Davey, if you can break down as far as going into the weekend, and obviously the leaderboard has shifted in a big way. And we talked about it earlier this morning that we thought we were going to see the leaderboard kind of flip-flop. Who are you looking at in that top 10 just as a model? Look, I'm going to steal Chris Johnston from you. After Chris Johnston, who are you looking at for being consistent in the weekend?
So we didn't have a bass track number early on from Patrick Walters. I was a little concerned with him going as far as he went. The gamble that he is making by running that far, especially with the wind forecast today. So really, Patrick Walters certainly comes to mind. Having a good day, and now with the winds laying down, he should be able to have more fishing time tomorrow. So he's the first one that comes to mind. But you're right, Z. The big thing is what we'll see at weigh-in, the flip-flopping, and we talked about this might happen, and it'll happen some again tomorrow. But we'll see a lot of changes in guys that were in the Classic falling out and vice versa. I think the weigh-in today will be great to watch with Dave Mercer.
Davey, you called this tournament with Tommy a few years ago, but I watched a lot of the content. I watched a lot of the event the last time we were here, and I talked about this when we came back from our midday break. Even though the anglers talked about how incredible some of the weights were last year with premium conditions when they visited the lake, it does seem like if you go off the tournament that you covered with Tommy and this event, even though the weights are solid, and granted that it's haves and have-nots in this tournament, I made the comment to Tommy, these fish, this body of water does not, if you're going off these two events at least so far, it appears they don't sustain pressure very well.
Yeah, and it's really amazing, Z, that and you talked to the anglers more than me this week about their practice, and you heard some guys saying this in practice, and a lot of times when you hear about stories that happened in practice, you kind of have to say, don't know about that. But something that has definitely come true is guys saying, man, they were the dumbest smallmouth I've ever had around my boat. And we saw some guys talk about that yesterday. And then the very next day, Drew Cook pulls up there and he's like, man, I cannot get them to bite. It's incredible how quickly these fish have gotten boat weary.
Well, Davey, thank you so much. Great. But we look forward. Thank you for doing a great job with Davey during the noon hour there. Some good stuff from you guys. And we look forward to working with you tomorrow as well. And we look forward to better things tomorrow in general. That's what the hope is. Now, what I kind of wanted to ask Davey, and I forgot to ask him, Z, is we see Caleb Kufall with 19 pounds and also Lee Livesey with that. We don't know what they were doing. Do you suspect they were doing anything different, or is it just a better version of what we've been seeing, just a better?
Tommy, I think I think that's what your leaders from yesterday did, and your big bags that are come today. I think a lot of these guys are predominantly, at least 95% of them, they're fishing the exact same ways. I think they just landed on them. That's the best way to put it. And I think we're going to see that same scenario tomorrow.
We talk a lot about that practice time these guys had here a year ago in advance of this tournament and what success they had. We had so many guys saying 5 fish you could get in 10 minutes and you'd be perfect, you know, and how different it is right now. And as we look at our Humminbird bird's eye view, you know, I'm sure everyone thinks that that's part of the big difference right there is that lack of water, especially over key points that are so important to these guys.
Exactly, and if you really kind of look at the Humminbird bird's eye view, a lot of the folks that we've got messages from wanting to know what it looks like on a lot of these points. It looks like that. It looks like that under the water, minus the grass. Yeah. But really, it's a lot of bare bottom, a lot of sand, a lot of clay, with little piles of rubble, little piles of rock, except for a guy like Drew Cook, who said his area is more of a heavy rock bluff area under the water, 20 to 30 feet of water. But there's a perfect image of what, take the grass away, it's a lot of slick bottom with rubble and small rock piles, rock veins is what these guys have concentrated all week long, your Humminbird bird's eye view.
And Chris Zaldain did a great preview video with Shea Baker about some of the rock, and he was on a point. He literally stepped off of his boat and grabbed a handful of it and like could crunch it up. It was like dried mud almost, the type of rock on some of these points. And it wasn't like the gravel in your driveway when we talk about gravel. It's just chunkier, harder bottom, but it's still kind of a mucky because all it takes is your hand pressure to crush that.
And look, there's a lot of, and I was curious to see if it would play in this tournament, outside, almost kind of Lake Hartwell-ish. I know that sounds nuts, but outside of a lot of these slow tapering points where it meets the basin, where it meets the actual river basin, there's a lot of standing timber out here in deep water. And you heard Brian Schmidt say it on the stage. He said there is a biomass of giant smallmouth swimming around, and more than likely it's out there. It's out there suspended over a lot of that flooded timber. And I was curious to see if one of the anglers would crack the code for that this tournament. So far, we've not seen that a player.
Well, Livesey caught that 14-pound walleye. He said it was 75 foot deep, so he was trying.
I'm sure a lot of anglers tried to keep that honest. A guy like Chris Zaldain, I mean, that's how he fishes, out over the abyss. Polinick made used that word. He said, I will keep the abyss honest, out there in 60 to 80 feet of water. But we've not, at least so far, at least on camera, we have not seen that a factor at all. Not one fish catch.
It is, watching those bird's eye view pictures, amazing how featureless it is, the bottom in this place here. There's just, I mean, we have reports of fish using boats. I mean, that's all they can find to get under.
Well, you think about what they did.
Or carp. Yeah, or carp.
And it come off halfway back to the boat. That's the only 2 bites I've had today.
KJ Quinn on the left side of your screen talking
He's
about.
not really seeing a whole lot. This wind's got him
struggles a little
jacked
bit.
up.
I was going to say it's not ideal when it was full pool or close to that and everyone was catching fish in 12 to 20 feet of water tops, maybe a little bit deeper last time we were here, but it was also in June, different time of year. But that now everything that they were catching fish off, all those boulders off of all of the different hard spots that were right off a point are high and dry.
Yeah.
And looking at all of that grass, you were talking about it, Tommy, during commercial with me. This isn't a place where grass is just going to grow immediately. It's been exposed like this for a long time for it to have that much grass in areas.
It's not like the Sabine or something.
It's
where
not
you
like
grow a
Lake
bush
Fork
in
and
3 weeks. Yeah.
When it's low for a month, that it's now plentiful with grass. It's been low, maybe not 12 feet, but lower for the last year.
That's a lot of water. 685 square miles, 10 to 12 foot lower.
Mm.
Let's make a move.
Tougher days for guys like Caleb Summerall, who was 13th here in 2018. He started today in 10th. He just caught his 3rd fish, and he's jumped back up to 16th. Just caught his 4th fish. Unless his fish are all just coming in right now. Hang on. Mark Frazier just backed up his 5-pounder he caught an hour ago or so with a 4-pounder, but he's still got 3 ones. He's 12th place with 12 pounds even today.
Micah Frazier 5 spots back of him.
Small limit, 7 1/4.
Mm.
Yes, sir.
eyes the next 30 minutes going to be on Brandon Card. What 2 keepers would do for him right now.
Oh, man. Yeah, he'd be riding high.
Missed one there.
Brian New out there in the thick of it, bouncing around. There's our fantastic host city of Mobridge, South Dakota, right there. Beautiful place. That's sort of in where the prairie meets the plains, as they say. Chris Johnston still on top. Brandon Card, whom we're talking about, started the day with the lead. He's in 6th right now, but still shy 2 keepers. That's something to consider. Jake Whitaker hanging in there in the top 5. Ito Kufal. Patrick Walters, we understand, has had a good day. So everything going well for these guys. The real action around that 47, the cut line. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Day 2 coverage as we bring it into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. I wanted to give a quick fantasy update to end day 2. A lot's going to change at the weigh-in, so this is all unofficial, but we like to look at the halfway point of the tournament and see kind of where we're shaping out, especially with fantasy fishing when there's only 6 more days after today left in the fantasy season. And looking at the best team this week right now unofficially, because Bass Track does update live, Z Sweet, obviously when we see half the field pop in with Bass Track that hasn't registered, this could change, but right now Z Sweet has a great team in fantasy fishing with our unofficial leader Chris Johnston, Caleb Kufal unofficially I think still in 2nd place right now, Caleb Summerall, these last 3, Caleb Summerall, Micah Frazier, and Jake Whitaker, all fished here in 2018, all had cuts made and are all doing very well this week as well. So a great team by Z Sweet. Having to choose between the Johnstons and Bucket A. One of them was 10%.
Ronnie, it's pronounced Z-Suit, and I appreciate you respecting my team.
Sorry,
right
Z-Suit, not Z-Suite.
No, it's a joke.
Good
job. It's a joke.
Z-Suit.
On the team.
Wait, I thought it was something important you were going to tell me.
It's
Z,
not
my
mine.
bad.
It's not
okay,
mine.
I'm gonna go back over here, and this is ZK Marshall's team for Drain the Lake. This is the leader overall in Mercury Drain the Lake. I believe the winner of Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing gets to fish with Davey Height. Well, the one who wins Drain the Lake gets to fish with one Mark Zona, and right now he was pessimistic with his day because of how Jason Williamson did on day 1, was down 3rd from last, has had a huge comeback today, and the rest of his team very stout. Seth Fighter with another 13 pounds today. Paul Mueller's just below the cut line and has 0 on Bass Track, so when he comes in with his official weight, he'll make the cut tomorrow. Clifford Perch, Cody Huff all performing well this week, Josh Douglas, and then rounding it out with Alex Redwine and Jeff Gustafson. A great team here. The key is, and we all know this, who did you save for next week? Some of these guys who are at the top 10 of the leaderboard may not have some of these guys saved, like maybe a Caleb Kufal for some of the teams that might be useful next week. But Z, I wanted to tease it for people for tomorrow. We're going to break down this a little bit more, and it is the electronics aspect of it and the baits that some of these anglers are factoring with, that some of these guys who aren't catching them this week, it's not because they didn't find in them. A lot of these places, it's a lot of dead water, but when you find them, it doesn't mean it's a guaranteed catch like some smallmouth places. A lot of these fish, this is a shot from Brandon Polinick, just off the bottom where you want them, set up perfectly and will not sniff your bait. Some guys like Jeff Gustafson who have unlocked the bite in their areas have done something a little bit different, and we'll be able to break down those different tactics when it comes to drop shotting versus Ned rigging versus a Demiki rig type of presentation. So we'll break all that down tomorrow on Fox, and you won't want to miss that.
Nailed it.
Very nice.
No, I didn't nail it, Z. I said Z Sweet, not Z Suit. That's my fault.
What was the first guy's name?
Z Suit.
No, the first.
Z-Suit.
Yes.
Oh, that was Z Suit. Okay.
Z-Suit, yes.
Went double Caleb. Went Caleb and Caleb.
Yes, Caleb.
Yeah, you never do that.
Mukwanago and New Iberia.
That's right.
The Caleb's from.
Brandon Card hooked up. A little trouble with Brandon's audio right now, but this is, you pointed out, Z, this is pretty important.
Very big.
Yeah, big keeper for him. Sure does look like one. Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my.
Heck yeah. I just made a change to 6 pounds T7. I've been throwing 8 and 10. And look at that giant. Holy cow.
5-pounder?
4 something
yeah,
for
heavy,
sure.
Heavy for something. Heavy for something.
He was 6 pounds 7 ounces back of Chris Johnston. Let's see where that puts him.
Man, you would not think it on a for the most part, an unpressured fishery with wind having to break down and go down to 6-pound line. That is amazing. And I guarantee you, some others in our top 5, you're going to hear that was a big factor today.
And that was keeper number 4. Or did
Yes.
I miss? That's,
Yes,
so that's
that
keeper
was keeper
number
number
4.
four.
So he still has one more to eliminate. It's 1-5 behind Chris Johnston, roughly.
Went in at 5-2.
And Tommy, I know that sounds crazy to some of our viewers, but if you fish for smallmouth, we're going to get back to Gussie right now. He's tending to fish care right there. Man, there are times, and it's generally this time of year, there are times going from 8, dropping down a 6-pound line. It makes a world of difference.
Really?
World of difference. Yes.
And
I got
as
to
rough
see
as
it
it is, as rough as it is. Wow.
Tommy, I'm going to tell you, I got to see it with
Probably not a
Corey
helper, but-
Johnston last week. It makes a staggering difference at times.
Come on, relax, bud. Let's see here.
Pat Schlopper just called with a 3-pounder. He's up to 17 pounds even. He came from 52nd place, and now he's 13th.
I don't know how many fish Jeff Gustafson has had to catch to get from 7 pounds to almost 10 pounds.
Yes.
But it's been a lot. He has been nickel and diming it. And, you know, he knows that every ounce is.
Oh, and the difference
So
between,
crucial.
I mean, 7 and 10 pounds today, he could just
yeah.
mail it in with 7 and he'd be sitting at 25 pounds, which is going to be barely in the top 20, whereas 29 pounds gets him in the top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gussie's got a 1-0 and a 1-pound 2-ouncer.
He's had to go through a bunch.
There will be people that don't make her back today. Has to be. It's crazy.
Did get confirmation from cameraman Wes Miller, Such, when we were talking about maybe it wasn't quite as rough. He said, no, I was out there. It is absolutely as rough as they said it was going to be out in the middle of the lake. Yeah. Yep.
Thanks.
Don't run in the middle then. Well, Wes will know rough. You know, Mitchell kind of gets an upset tummy on a Ferris wheel. So.
What?
Oh, boy.
Wow. Okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
Mike Sukan, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
Not me.
Wow.
What is this, celebrity death match? Such versus Chris Mitchell?
No. I like Chris a lot.
That's not what you said during commercial.
Such is an old mariner. He's been out in the elements.
I got to take my Dramamine, though, going on St. Clair.
From the top rope. I love it.
Jeff Gustafson just grinding away, trying to land in that top 10 at the end of the day. Here's a guy we'll be seeing in our top 10 tomorrow with coverage all day, right, Z?
Absolutely, Tommy Sanders. And it looks like I've kind of watched Chris Johnston all day long today. I believe he is in an area of the lake where we're going to be able to have some pretty solid cell service. Chris Johnston, and he's one of those anglers that's a little bit of a low weight guesser. Taking a look at what he has right there, and officially 17 pounds and 12 ounces, and on a day that has been very, very grimy here on Lake Oahe. Marathon Peak Performance. It's you, bud. Way to go, Chris Johnston.
We'll have that coverage for you on FS1, as a matter of fact, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, and then completing after that right here on Bassmaster.com, where we will be back in just a minute.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Lake Oahe is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Oh, well.
What?
Yes.
Do it. Wow.
Uh-huh.
There we go.
Yeah.
PPROTD TGIF edition. That's right. Powerful replay of the day. And so well needed. I thought for a second that the Such might have big-eyed it. Doesn't appear that he did. 3 fish. Did you hear me, Tommy? 3 fish in Brandon Card's live well, needing number 4, needing number 5. But you can't catch 5 without number 4, a 5-pounder. Last few hours of competition. Hey, Brandon Card, I got news. On a Friday, you, my friend, are the Power Pole replay of the day. And you know what? Not only did he need it, hey, man, so did we.
Yeah. That goes without saying. Nice. Yeah, that was huge.
Oh, huge. I mean, huge. Quality over quantity for Brandon Carr today. I mean, if he...
His 3 biggest fish of his 4, out of his 4 fish today, his 3 biggest would have had him in the cut yesterday. And yesterday is by far better than today. That's how important the quality aspect is.
Yeah.
They might not be St. Lawrence River, every fish is a 5-pounder, but having 4 fish for 14 pounds and 3 of them go for 12.5, that's very important.
His big yesterday was 4.14. Now you get the day 2 Phoenix Boats Big Bass at 5.2. You just need to fill that out.
With our weather making a big shift, and if it's coming out of the north now and supposed to be coming out of the south tomorrow, it's gonna lay before it turns around. There's not. What's nice is there was a lot of people thought somebody's going to get on some oddball technique, and there could be a blowaway potentially in this tournament. This is gonna be a tight race in this event.
I think tomorrow, Z, it's supposed to turn to it's going to be an east wind at 7, and then it's full south on Sunday. So it's going to have like not a 0, but it'll low, it'll go from a good direction at a lower speed until it gets rotates all the way around.
Then it's supposed to crank pretty good on Sunday later in the day a little bit out of the south.
Some fireworks coming back in.
It is imperative to stay on Brandon Card until he catches number 5, Tom.
Yes, it is. I agree with your pronouncement. Yeah, it has taken him hard work all day to get 4.
Yes.
Z, we've got inconclusive data today. What's the cut weight if it was 12 pounds, 2 ounces yesterday? I mean, normally our rule of thumb is double it and subtract a pound or add a pound, and this year it's been on par with that. It's about 50-50, a pound more or a pound less, but today I feel like it's going to be less.
I'm throwing double deuce. I'm going 22.
Really, that high?
Full pound less. I'm going a full pound less.
That's 2 pounds less. Double 12's 24.
That's where I'm going, 22.
Yeah.
$22.7. Ronnie, 22.7.
I'll go even lower. I'll go 21.10.
Wow.
I'll go 21.10.
Wow.
I like seeing those bold predictions with no consequences, Tommy. I love that.
Absolutely, yeah. No one will even remember this interchange tomorrow.
Well, if you're right, Ronnie will remember.
Oh, yeah,
if he's spot on, he'll remember that.
Oh, yeah, that's the only way it will be remembered.
And I'll have to come up with the science of why I picked that all night tonight.
Yeah, you're going to have to back engineer a whole methodology for how you arrived at that.
They weren't catching him as well today. I don't know. Will we see the zeros like in 2018? Had 6 of them on day 2.
We're going to see a few. I think a few.
Really?
I think so.
Brandon Polinick has 2 for 3 pounds. I'd expect a few to catch 0. That's brutal.
Not really a lot here either. Let's go to the bathroom.
Like yesterday, Patrick Walters, he was a surprise 20-pound bag. We're going to have any of those come weigh-in time.
Yes.
Besides Austin Felix.
I think 20 pounds is going to be a stretch today.
Well, Kufal's entered all his on even numbers, so he may be close right now.
I'll say we have 2.
1.
Back to Jeff Gustafson, still stuck right under 10 pounds unofficially. in 10th place. Started the day in the top 4.
Yeah, KJ Queen was 6th. He's dropped 20 spots. He has 1 fish still, 3.5 pounder.
One of our 3 anglers who caught 20 pounds yesterday was Patrick Walters. Patrick Walters having made a long, long run today, and
we'll see that boat in the
we're going to examine some of the footage that's come back.
Going to take a look at your VMC on point. Patrick Walters running really between 60 and 70 miles on a blustery Lake Oahe today, doing work with a drop shot, a Ned rig. A little bit of swim baiting today and yesterday, it looks like. Interesting to watch Patrick Walters. You can tell he was in some big water. As Ron Moore said, he got a text from Patrick Walters' cameraman that it was big where Patrick Walters was fishing unofficially with just under 15 pounds. And as far as he ran, he did not have as much time. Got a small one in his bag, but a solid day nonetheless. We'll keep him in the mix going into semifinal Saturday. VMC on point. Finally getting a little footage right there from our guy, Patrick Walters. Solid day that has been tough across the board, to say the least.
Now we'll say in a smallmouth tournament that Patrick fished that was not a part of the Elite Series, there was a very poor weather day, and he stuck it out in the teeth of the waves and did not catch them. But then the next day when it laid down, he went farther than anybody else and was able to smash one of the biggest bags of the tournament there. It's obviously a totally different body of water, but I have that vibe that the fact he survived today with how rough it was and what he caught, the fact that it'll lay down tomorrow and be beneficial for him, he's got to be one we keep our eye on tomorrow. I know we'll have probably a camera with, but like that is dangerous. The fact that this is the day with the most built-in excuses that he could struggle and we'd be, understanding of it. And the fact that he just maintained bodes well.
Matt Robertson just pinged in. He's got a limit, 13 pounds, 15 ounces, up to 8th place from 20th. Just knocked Gussie out of our top 10.
Just bit it right under the surface. Unbelievable.
Sorry, Gussie.
I mean, not a big one, but a real helper. Unreal. Skinny, but we're getting rid of a 140, so take that. Oh, unbelievable. I saw a couple just kind of rolling around under the trolling motor there a second ago, but I dropped down, nothing happened. Literally just reeling it up.
Guess you'll knock Brian Newitt out of the top 10 with that one.
Nah, probably like 2.6. It's skinny. If I get one more, I'll weigh them then, because they're all kind of, don't really know what I got. Unreal. Yeah, I was just about to leave. Like, I was literally reeling up that cast to leave.
KJ Queen, 1 bass. And still unofficial. And granted, these are unofficial just because we don't have marshals in a lot of the boats, but still in the top 30 with 1 bass today.
That's some tough fishing. Well, tough or not, we're going to have the results, and the results are going to be very meaningful. That weigh-in starts at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 hour from now, right here on Bassmaster.com. Definitely want to check that out, see who's going to be fishing tomorrow. We'll be with the top 10 all day tomorrow. Of course, the coverage gets underway on FS1 starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 7 Central or 7 local time. But a tough day, a challenging day for all of these guys out there. Hats off to every one of them. Just grinding as hard as they could to get what they could get.
Well, we made the comment this morning, Tommy, this was going to be a survival day. It lived up to that, no doubt about it. Should be a lot better conditions, a lot better bass fishing on semifinal Saturday. Look for Lake Oahe to turn around in a big, big way. I think there's going to be a lot of surprises today at Dave Mercer's Lake.
Big weigh-in coming up, and 47 who are going to shoot for the top 10 spots for Championship Sunday. That's all ahead of us. We're halfway through this next to last event of 2022. Thanks so much for being with us today on Bassmaster Live. We have enjoyed it. We look forward to seeing you promptly at 8 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow on FS1.